Hola. Yes, sir. There is some wet dress rehearsal stuff going on at Starbase. I guess I could put that up if it's they have a good view of it at the moment. Stick it up in the probably one of the top right corner, maybe. Yeah. They are showing. What does this say? They're not going to start their dedicated stream for another 52 minutes, 62 minutes. What does that put it at? Oh, it's probably 62 minutes. We're probably 6:30, so it's probably still got a ways to go before anything actually starts happening. I don't see anything in the tank farm spooling. So, but it is stacked. I'll just pull this over here just so others know what we're talking about. This thing, majigger. It's a V3. Why did the go off HD? Anyway, V3 Starship and booster stacked for a wet dress. Fingers crossed into next week, but we'll see how this goes. They have yet to use this part of the tower, so we'll see if it works. But yeah, they start doing it. If it starts getting frosty, we'll bring it up. Yeah, it's a wet dress. It is. That is. It's think of a dress rehearsal using liquid propellant. That's why it's called a wet dress rehearsal. But yeah, if they start if it starts getting frosty, we'll bring it up. But yeah, all they're basically doing is list one or two. One or two. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. um, but what we'll start seeing is the booster and the ship. They'll start getting frosty because we'll be putting liquid oxygen and liquid methane into them very rapidly if it's working right, just to test all the systems. You need a sign. We'll go with one. How about that? Because this is season one. I had a genius, not a genius idea. It was just an idea before I started stream, which then caused me to be late. I was going to start it like 2.5 hours ago, but carried away with figuring this thing out. But I'm gonna kind of make this game development into a series slash seasons and episodes to break it down and make it easy to follow what we're doing. So, we're gonna try and organize this a bit for making a game. You suffer well, I mean, if you suffer liquid methane wire, you got some really cold stuff coming out of your butt. And I'm pretty sure that might kill you. It probably would if that's happening. It has to get pretty darn cold to be liquefied. You have liquid fecal, maybe. $85. I'm trying to think when that would take you back to, like when. I wish it would tell you when it would, what stream that was. I don't know how many streams where that would have gotten you back to. Let me see. How many streams are left on Twitch? There's 38 streams, including this one on Twitch, and that goes back to. No, that's not right. There's 35 on Twitch, and that goes back to March. So there's 50 before then. March 12th was the 35 ago. You probably get back to end of last year at some point. I probably screwed it. There's no way it was during my road trip because the stream started and stopped so many times. I'm sure everybody's streaks went poof during that thing. But I see. Good luck, midnight on the jump scare. But anyway, so game dev. So my thoughts today and this week to how to continue this were we got to refine this design a little bit more. We got to get more detail into it. But I was thinking about originally when I was saying how I was going to write the code for this being no AI. And then I realized that's stupid because then I got to do all the grunt work too. So we're going to go down the responsible AI route. And it's going to be an assistant. I'll treat it like a junior developer. So everything it writes, I review. I want to understand what it's doing. I won't be vibe coding. I hate that terminology. I'm going to go wash my mouth out now after I saying it. But that crap drives me crazy. Because you're just speaking out loud and having something write code for you and you have no idea what it does. And I don't like that. That's that introduces too much. That's too problematic, in my opinion. So, I won't be doing that. I will be using it to help me, to look at things, to tell me where I'm doing something wrong. It'll write some of the code and everything, but I want to focus on the responsible use of it and the productive use of it, not the, I can chat with it and it can be my friend. That's not what it is. We're going to start from scratch with Claude Code. I've got it installed here. I haven't even done anything with it. Yes, my name is Jeff, but you can't see my last name. I made sure of that. Although if I click my settings on it, you'll see my email address. I won't be doing that. But we will be using it responsibly. We'll show you what it looks like when you actually use it as a tool, not a friend. And if it tries to become my friend, I train it out of being my friend. I don't like it being my friend. I want it to tell me I'm wrong. So, but that's Claude. I don't use ChatGPT a ton. I use it a little bit for quick questions and stuff like that I never trust the answers to. But Claude is actually pretty amazing what it can do in the background for coding purposes. So, but that's my thought. So, and we're gonna start using it to help us kind of refine some of this stuff. And one of the cool things about Claude that on a normal free account on ChatGPT, for example, you can't really do. Is I'll feed Claude my ideas, my documentation, my thoughts, and say, based off of this information, do something with this little bit here, right? And it's my ideas giving it. It's not just, hey, go make this. No, I'm not doing that. So, Well, yeah, I mean, you definitely have to put guardrails on it. Wire. I know there are cases of it doing things you don't want it to. There's one thing that I'm wondering if they had enabled. There's a setting, and I have it purposely disabled on here. There's this very bottom setting here called bypass permissions. There's this setting, and then there's another setting that's allowed network egress. Both of those are disabled for me. I don't trust it for that very reason to leave my computer and do something, or to not ask me if I want to do something. So I am much more strict on that front. I don't want to be an agent of chaos because I like my gaming PC. I don't want to build another. I don't want to have to replace a part in here that fries because of something Claude does, because all the parts are double the cost today. So I don't want to do that. But so yeah, so that is the plan for AI. I think it has its place in the world. It's not chat programs and friends, but that is where I'm going to go with it. I need to double check something. Let me turn that. There we go. Got it. Cool. I had to pull it off the other side of the screen because I had to look at the settings really quick for something. Okay. Hey, listen, my whole house. My house will probably burn down. I'll probably set something on fire. Thankfully, I don't have much in the way of smart in this house. You'd think for being a software developer, I'd have a lot of smart devices, but no. I was forced to get smart thermostats because the newer units require them. The high efficiency ones require them. But that's all I have. I don't have nothing. I don't have no Alexas, none of that crap. I don't use any voice activated anything, nothing. So, what I wanted to do today was we did a pretty good job of building this out. I will show an example of what I used AI to help me with before the stream, because I was like, this would be a cool thumbnail for YouTube. But we've done a pretty good job of building out our general fantasy, a high level of the core loops and actions, and progression and economy and stuff like that. We've done pretty good there. But now we have to put this into like actionable systems and design and what is our. I mean, we didn't fill any of this part out down here, all the tech scope and everything, what the stack even looks like. But since we did all of this already, this was all from our brain, well, my brain with some help, right? I was able to take this, and then I asked ChatGPT, based off of this, give me a prompt for your image generation that will generate me a thumbnail with the idea that we are going to do this game development that for a game I've been planning on I'm designing in my head for 20 years, and with AI assistance, but mainly actual, I'm the designer, I own it, right? And it gave me a prompt. It gave me this prompt here based off of that information. And this prompt then went into ChatGPT's image generator and generated our thumbnail, which is, well, that's not where it's at. Let me get over here. On YouTube now, but I'll pull it over here on Twitch. This one. So it generated something based off of the design that we had. So it's unique to this, which is cool. So it came up with this. And all of this stuff, especially on the left here, is all driven by that design doc, like the mysterious artifact, the thing, crash pod and everything, our world generation algorithm, loot table, all this stuff was based out of that design document. And then and obviously this world on the right would be, hey, if here's an option, there's a potential reality in the future. May not, it's not going to look like this. I'm not going to have that good of graphics. I'm not that good at this yet. But just to have AI generated this, and that's, I didn't want to just have it give me some generic crap. I wanted there to be some, this is our game in it. And that's what all of this on here is. And all of the stuff, anything you see in here is all in that document, some way or shape or form. So I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, the fact that it was able to do that. It's not, this bright side isn't exactly what I have it look like. I think maybe over time as we develop it, we'll change, we'll get this updated and add in what actually looks like into this. But so that was one form of AI use. But the next bit that we're going to do is to start kind of fleshing some of this stuff out. Because we have all of this information. We also have, oh, that's my code, my proof of concept. Where did I put my other document? So we have this Word document too, that I had been writing for years. I actually, it's not that old of a Word document. This actually came out of handwritten notes in a notebook that I typed out after interpreting my handwriting. So I have all of this stuff too that kind of expands on that a bit. And I want to take those two bits of information and just as an experiment, just to kind of show how AI can be used, then feed it my code for, like, I generated the game MVP that we've looked at before. The code that's in here, have it do something with it. And that's where it really shines. That's where Claude really shines, is when you give it a bunch of requirements and information, say, here's the code snippet, make it do based off of these new requirements. The fact that it gets decent output is what's cool. So what do we want to ask it to do? Because then I want to get back to refining this, and we could have Claude help with that, but I think that a lot of that's just going to be talking out more details of this thing. So trying to think out of this MVP that I have, what bits of it would it be able to, would it be that, or could I do it in item generation? Because this is even more generic. Actually, I know what we can do. Yeah, I forgot that was my idea earlier today. So in this MVP, part of it is, where are the big ones? Is it this guy? Oh, this is the very top. Visual Studio Code, just once for now. Oh my God. So this file should not look like this. This bottom part's not terrible, but this part is basically me coding a database. So we have a terrain type, and then I put all the parameters and then all of these different statistics and stuff on them to build on it. And in my head, I have this database design of why I did this. I didn't want to deal with building a database and all that crap initially, so I just wanted to code it. I'm going to ask it to take this method, get terrain types, and convert it into, because I'm most familiar with it right now, Microsoft SQL Server database schema and insert statements. And we'll see how fast it can do that, because I am generally curious what it comes up with. And this goes back to, we're going to review it. We're going to find out what it does. So, all right. So I'm going to put in, need to add that content folder so it knows what I want. So in here, that guy. And then I need to add in, we're going to make a project folder for this particular thing for Claude. We're going to call it train DB experiment. There we go. So, and then in here, we're just going to go to that directory. And that should be our base directory. Where's Claude? This, change it to decode Claude train. Okay, so in the game, normally I would plan this prompt out a little bit better, and I'd give it details and give it some knowledge to start with, but this is going to just chew up my tokens, but whatever. In the game MVT project, there is a train.cs class file. Hold please, chief self. You can go to your corner and put your blindfold on. Can't reach. There we go. It was train CS, right? I'm not hallucinating about that. No, actions. In the train action CS, there's a get train types method. To represent this, the list of data generated in the method. Okay, so we're basically asking it, we're doing this thing where we're making our data, we're making a database of train types in code, which is absolutely abysmal to do, but it was fast. And I want you to make it into tables and data in Microsoft SQL. So it's in plan mode first. So I just want to see what it's going to do, and then we can refine it, and then we'll see what it outputs. So the way Claude works is it runs a bunch of little agents in the background to do stuff. So it's reading, it's finding the CS file. It is going to interpret it, and it will probably go and try to get context in other files. Yep, see, it's looking at the constraints, the constants file to understand the different types. It already knows what, I didn't have to tell it that this was C# or anything like that. It just knows this stuff. It's already going to look. Well, I really wanted to ask it, but I think it would probably blow my token use out of the water. I really wanted to ask it, what's wrong with this MVP? Because it would find so many things wrong with it. But part of what we're going to do with as with Claude for this, when we start using it, is we're going to make different skills and different rules that it needs to follow. Yeah, I saw the beach is closed. it's going to be a bit for them to spin up that tank farm. It takes about an hour for it to, at least an hour for it to spin up. So, um, but so we're going to train. We're going to have different skills. One of the skills will be um, code review. So like review yourself and see what you think is bad about it. Security review. We're going to have, and we're going to train it on how we want security to work and how we want it to review things and everything. So we're going to kind of do this from scratch as an example for anybody that wants to do this kind of thing to really understand what they're doing and it not just be this, I'm going to talk to Claude and it's going to make something for me. You should understand what you're making and what it makes for you and how it works. So here's our plan on the right here. So it found 13 terrain types. Yep, that looks about right. 169 adjacent spawn rules. Bunch of source classes. So here's its schema design. It thinks it needs a multiplier type, flat, decreasing, and increasing. Probably valid. The different terrain types and different properties on those. Tiny int's good because it's a 256 max. And then it's going to do a bunch of a join table that will say for this particular terrain type, it can spawn next to this terrain type, and here's this multiplier and the type ID and everything. So, and this is just a primary key. I mean, this normally I would say this would be an auto increment. It may even make this an auto increment. It may not because I do have IDs on everything. I could tell it to. And that would make it more complex for it because it would then have to go and say, okay, well, don't use these IDs that you provided me that joins everything. Go and generate new IDs with auto increment and join those. And it'd be a little more complex insert statements because it would have to keep track of all of those new IDs. But having them hard coded, we'll just use it. And that's why, and it did exactly what I was just describing it needed to do. It needs to set identity insert on because I have defined these primary keys and it needs to put them in there, the number that I have. Otherwise, it won't know how to set those explicit IDs. So it's doing that. It's going to output, no, I don't want it to go there. That's one reason to review your plan. I want this to go into my train DB experiment folder. So I want to revise. That all looks good, except please put, and they actually proved if you're mean to AI, it doesn't respond as well if you're nice to AI. It shouldn't be a thing, but I say please. I am a polite person, so it just naturally comes out. But when I put it in there, it usually gives me exactly what I want in the end. So please put the output in the train DB experiment folder rather than the game MVP project. Revise it. It'll be happy. Okay, so then it revised it, and there's an output in the right place, exactly where I told it to put it. So now we'll accept and allow edits, and it will go ahead and make that. Most of this 5 minutes and 53 seconds has been us sitting there talking about it, not it doing work. You diff, huh? Huh. See, this is the kind of stuff that I question a lot of. Like, why is this in? Oh, you know why this isn't a diff? This is actually just viewing my latest commit, I think. It must be my latest commit in that repo. Because this is all stuff I've done. That's not stuff it did. Okay, so it's just looking at the last commit, what that is. Okay. I was going to say, this is why you review everything, because it does stuff that you don't want it to do sometimes. So just taking a lot of tokens for a simple output. But this is the kind of thing that, like, when I wrote this, had I had this back many years ago when I first wrote some of this code, it would have been so nice and so easy to just have it do some of this grunt work for me. And then I go and review it. I still have to review it, but I don't have to do it by hand, which is huge. And as you can see, like, it's got the create PR and everything. And this is the part that I haven't done a lot with, and I'm not sure I'm ready to do it yet, is to have it straight up create PRs, pull requests in the Git world. It's me only in here, so I don't even know if I have pull requests required on. I think I just commit directly in. I might have it turned on, I don't remember. But that's something that's the fact that you can have it commit straight to your repos. If you've got automation building and deploying stuff gets out there quickly, potentially without review. All right, so it's ready. We've got our thingy. So now if we go look in here, we have a SQL file. I'll open that up in here. So here's a table with our primary key for the spawn multiplier type. It's inserting the different values. There's our terrain types getting created, inserting our different terrain types with all the parameters, and where all these numbers come from? Well, that was all in the code. So if we look at trees, for example, we should see there's a 50% chance of them popping, 750 max blocks. It can be fully surrounded by trees, 8 of them. I don't remember what multiplier does at all. I could also ask this thing to document what does that mean, because I don't know what that means anymore. The letter is just what's displayed in that UI. And this is just the RGB color of it. So it's a dark green. That's a low number there. So if we go back and look at the actual code here, and we look at trees, there's our 50% chance of spawning, 750 max blocks, 8 max surround blocks, our multiplier when surrounding blocks. And that's something that what I would have done is said, well, I need to make that not just say multiplier. I need that to be more descriptive in the name. It says it here. Well, I guess this is just a comment. Never mind. It is descriptive right there. Okay, well, it did exactly what it should have done. I would have disagreed with this, but this is just a comment to tell me what these columns are for. But it says multiplier when surrounding blocks. So I still don't know what that means. One thing that I would probably do with this is I'd ask it to, assuming I had the code commented properly, put comments on each of these columns for what they mean. They're just descriptions. They don't affect the use of them or anything, but it would be something useful when you're looking at a database to say, hey, that's what that means. But yeah, so it did that one exactly like it was supposed to do with the T and 060. And then we got to come down to these and see what it did with this. So this defines the likelihood of a different terrain type spawning next to it. So there's 13 types, and this defines how likely and how possible it is for it to spawn next to it. So for example, if we go down to the lower ones, there's 5% chance here of type 12. Type 12 is a cave. So if we're in trees, probably not going to have a cave right next to you. You might if you had some weird rocks, but probably not. So that's just defining what is allowed to spawn next to and what is its likelihood. So The next thing that happened in here was they defined this table with a bunch of foreign keys and references so that things are valid data in there. And then it said, okay, for trees, for the new type ID, I don't remember what new type ID versus surround type ID means. Oh, new terrain type, surrounding terrain type. Again, I don't remember my reasoning for what these all do anymore. But I had a reasoning. One other thing that Claude is good at is documenting your code, reading it and telling you what it means. Then you can refine that. So, but yeah, so it put all those in there with the different values for the different terrain types. And I didn't have to write a lick of code. It just pulled out of my C# and gave me what I wanted. So this is the kind of thing that AI is good at. It's not perfect, but it's good at this. And this is the usefulness I see in AI. And this is how I would use it for this project. Like I will have a specific thing I want to do, or a specific requirement, or a design idea, or a refactoring of something, or whatever it is. And instead of doing it all by hand, let this take some of that workload off. It'll give us a chance of actually completing the game. They're my ideas, and they're my different tasks that need to be done. It's not just me saying, "Hey, build me a game." So, but this is the way I use AI today, even with my current job. I let it do this kind of stuff because there's no reason for me to go through by hand and read all of this data and type it out and do a spreadsheet or something and then get it to convert to tab delimited and blah, blah. Just let Claude do this. There's no reason to do this by hand anymore. So that's an example of what we will use AI for. That to me is a responsible use of it. That isn't, I still own the intellectual idea. It's not just a very vague thought that then you have AI build for you and then you claim it as yours. That doesn't feel right to me. I just want it to be an assistant. I want it to help me with stuff, help me with my ideas technically, not actually coming up with the ideas. So that's our lesson in AI for the day on how I can get behind some forms of AI. It's not what I saw a streamer do this morning. He went, "What game should I stream today?" No. Use your brain. Think about it. Don't let AI make all your decisions for the rest of your life. You're just not going to have a good time in life anymore if you do that. So, I need to get one other thing open because I had an outline of what I wanted to do today, and then I closed it because I'm a dummy and forgot to leave it open so I could keep track of what I'm doing. No, I mean, you're a dummy too sometimes, Alf, but I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about me. You're okay. Where is it? All right, here it is. So, we have gotten through defining our core fantasy. We dealt with the issue of why is somebody playing this game? What makes this fun? I think there's enough uniqueness to this. I mean, every game there's very few games these days that are 100% unique. They all take ideas from other games. There's not enough unique stuff, even unique features anymore. It's just cookie cutter stuff, and that's why a lot of games are boring these days. At least from the big studios, because they know that makes some money. Indie studios are different; they'll do all kinds of stuff, but we are an indie studio, if you want to call us a studio. The studio of glycerin. Yeah, I don't have a name for it. Um, Scope control and anti-feature creep was something I had noted on here. And I think we kind of talked through that a little bit last time. We put a lot of ideas into here, and we basically said that when we start doing a little more refinement on them, if they become too big or there's something that we can easily just kind of put off to the side for now, we will, just to keep scope a little smaller initially, just to get something working. We went over the little how I use AI, an example of how I use AI, not to come up with my ideas, but to help me realize my ideas and to do the grunt work for me wanting to be a little bit lazy. I heard Mario coins there for a second. This is I assume everybody can on Twitch at least. It's not on YouTube. I've got a lo-fi Super Mario track going. It's like a 7-hour track. Just a bunch of different lo-fi variants. I know I clicked through it briefly and heard different versions of uh, Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3 in there. All kinds of different things. All the different levels. But anyway, let's see here. So don't know that I'm quite ready to get into the technical design, because until we have a little more refinement on what we want to make, it's hard to come up with a technical design. We did our core loop. We'll keep them engaged. We talked about our art style. I think we wrote our art. We talked about it. Did we write it down? Let's see. I know we talked about it being 2D, more like a rim world. It had to have it because it put that into that image that when I fed it this. AI loot structure. Yeah, so 2D turn-based. I've been thinking about. I'm leaning website simply because I don't have to worry about compatibility on different devices. I just have to worry about browser compatibility, and there are plenty of tools that will test browser compatibility. I can once we get to that point, I can get like a browser stack subscription for a month or something and have it go through and test a bunch of stuff in there on different browsers on different devices and everything. They're better than they used. Browsers are better than they used to be. Now that Netscape is gone, browsers are pretty consistent because most of them are Chromium based and they generate stuff in the similar manner. It's not often anymore I find stuff that is odd between browsers. We got a little bit about our difficulty in there because we talked about our catch-up mechanics and skills and leveling and penalties and death penalties and combat difficulty and stuff like that. So we've got that in here. So we talked about combat. I had some stuff about the economy and how to have some money sinks and have NPCs help with people fixing markets and things like that. We did a little bit with that. Progression, with all the skill stuff. exploration. We talked about different crafting bits, like what type of crafting we have. Well, no, we don't. We literally just said crafting. We so that some of these are, I think these systems are the ones that we'll probably do a little more breakdown of, a little more detail on it, because crafting is very vague. And I have more details in my Word doc that about crafting, but we just didn't get them in here. We came up with our narrative, at least, so that's part of the core fantasy up here. We worked that out a bit. What other stuff that I have on my list that I wanted to make sure we've covered? Okay, so I think it's really at this point putting a little more depth into our systems and just kind of hashing them out a little more. Um, I've got Starbase Live up on my other monitor, so I'm keeping an eye on it until I start seeing any major events from them starting to chill the line, what's the word I'm looking for? Chill is what they're doing, but there's a word for it that's on the tip of my tongue. It's not coming out, but I start prepping the tank farm. There's some big, huge fans that turn on that start shooting stuff up. I'll note that. There's always squeals at that tank farm. At that site, there's always something venting. But there's nothing actively visible. What's the word? Now it's driving me crazy what the word I was trying to come up with. What's the word, Alf? For prepping the tank farm? Conditioning. They get it conditioning it. So they get all the lines cleared out and they start chilling them down so they don't take a shock to the super chilled propellants and all that stuff. So yeah, nothing's going on major yet. So let's just put a little more detail into some of these systems that we have here that we don't have much detail on. And I know we'll start at the top there for gathering. What is wrong with you? What is Word doing? Trying to drag the scroll bar and it's not smoothly moving. It's just like jerking up and down the screen. What the hell? There we go. That was weird. So gathering. Did I list out my gathering skills in this document, or was it all the other skills that I had listed? I don't remember. I don't see the gathering skills. So it's probably best that we talk through those then, because I don't know what they are or what they could be. This isn't definitive. This is just possible. The only gathering skill that I really have that's kind of unique, not terribly unique. It's similar to when you In say in World of Warcraft, you disenchant something that's magical, you get some enchantment item out of it. Or if in Diablo or Path of Exile, you break down something, you get different components or things to craft other stuff with. Um, I a word kind of that encompasses it more is like salvaging, like you salvage an item. Um, Maybe there is a disenchant version of it. Um, Maybe there's just a thing. Maybe I don't know. It's we'll have to think through all those different options, but that's what this is for. We're gonna just write down what we're thinking of. So salvaging, um, that's is that kind of gathering? Would we call that gathering? Is the question. Would that be? I mean, it's you're gathering a material of some sort, but you're not actively going out to gather that. You're just taking items and getting things from them. What would that fall under otherwise? Kind of could be under crafting, but hmm. Or is that just its own thing? Like find items and you salvage bits off of them. Maybe it's its own thing. I don't know. Unfortunately, this does not auto increment because it's just a markdown file. So let's just for now, let's put it under crafting. Um, dire docks. Not sure I know what you mean by that. Uh, so take an item and obtain various components from it. Materials, magical items, gems, etc. Why do I keep pausing the stream? I'm not doing anything. Stream is running. I have dropped 0 frames. So Twitch might be twitching. So gathering then maybe is probably more along the lines of things like mining, herbalism. I'm using words from other games. We'll have to come up with either different words or just some. There's only so many words you can do for mining ore or picking plants or picking flowers and plants or cutting down trees and stuff like that, right? So um, there's only so many words for that, but I'm trying not to use the same words as every other game uses when if I can, but still may have it make sense. Was it arborism, or what do you call tree felling? We can call it lumberjack for now, but like arborist type person, lumberjack. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Um, let's see. Mining earlier than the lumberjack. So that's our stones, plants, trees. What other gathering skills do we have out there? I'm trying to think of what fishing would be gathering. I'm trying to. Why is this so hard to remember what these are? I'm just trying to think through all the other games that I've played and what we gather. Um, we are on a planet and somewhere in space. So there could be some unique gathering skill that doesn't exist in any other game. Maybe it's whatever this thing is that is controlling the world or gives us life force or whatever it is. Maybe there's some sort of extraction skill for that. Um, the thing. I don't know what that is. We don't know what the thing is yet, but maybe there's some way to harness it. Um, trying to think what other stuff. Oh, like skinning for if we assume we come across animals. It's an Earth-like planet, so I assume we're gonna have a bunch of animals that you can skin in here. Um, let's see. What other gathering skills am I not thinking about? This shouldn't be that hard. Hmm. And this is where a lot of people would go and just ask AI, what are the other gathering skills? And I could do that, but I'm trying to think of them myself to see what fits in the game because it could spout off a bunch of crap, I'm sure, really quickly. I was trying to think if there's any place for like asteroid mining, but that would mean we'd be off the surface, and I don't know that I really want to. At least not at the start. Have multiple environments like being able to leave the surface yet. Maybe later down the line, but I don't know that right now is right. Um, trying to think what other stuff you could gather. I mean, we could have. I mean, farming is gathering, right? You plant stuff and you gather it. Um, yeah, I don't know. Nothing looks wrong on my end. Everything looks like it's going up fine. I'm seeing my preview on Twitch and YouTube both look fine. So, um, let's see. We'll continue. Um, so now crafting. We're going to skip hunting for a second. Because hunting is hunting. I mean, that is. I'll put a note here. What you do in every other game when you fight non-player characters. That's hunting, right? Characters. There we go. I mean, if you're doing other stuff that is putting a load on your network, it very well could be, depending on your internet up and down speeds. So, or your computer could struggle. I know if I am playing a high end graphics game, YouTube will look a little laggy. It will kind of be jittery, just because they're both trying to use. If I'm playing a game and have YouTube and I'm streaming, my graphics card is very much taxed. I'm not playing a game right now, so I don't have that problem. But um, the streaming and the game take priority over YouTube and things, so they tend to have issues. Or if you got Steam updating the game in the background or something like that, that'll make your live streams stutter all the time. Um, all right, so that's hunting. Crafting. Now I do have a list of all that, I believe. Let's see, where is all of the stations that I made? That's too far down the document. There we go. So I had a lot listed here. Holy crap. Okay. So weapons, armor, and there could be different classes of this. So this could be cloth, leather, mail, mostly metal slash mail. And those will advance over time. Like you might be able to make bulletproof leather at some point way in the future as the game progresses, but none of that's set in stone. Um, refiner slash smelter. So taking refiner, smelter, and then maybe weaver, leather worker, something like that. Did you get the softer stuff and the harder stuff refined into usable materials? So the gatherer, it's your typical gather, refine, craft idea. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel there. We'll have some unique takes on them, but alchemy, jeez. A carpenter. So this could be things like building materials, housing, decor, storage, that kind of stuff. Cooking, of course, you got to be able to cook the stuff that you find. Jeweler. I'm gonna make your rings and necklaces and that sort of thing. And then kind of a unique one, an architect. So somebody that would design buildings, plan settlements, whatever we're calling them, build roads, that kind of stuff. I was thinking about it the other day, and there's some of the things that I had written in here were things that New World tried to do in beta before they, well, it's probably alpha, really, before they switched it to be less PvP and survival to more MMO PvE with a PvP element. They tried to do things where you could build your own buildings in this static MMO world, which it just turned into a complete shit show. I don't want to go down that road, so I don't know what guardrails are going to be needed for that yet, but that's something to keep in mind when we get to that. I guess salvaging does fall under crafting because it's another. I say it's another thing. It's like refining, but it's also these ones are taking the raw materials from here, and this is creating raw materials. But the fact that I said creating just makes me think it's crafting. So I don't know. Maybe this is its own thing. I don't know. And the idea here is it's not necessarily, not even, it can be things that you find in nature. Like you might be able to break down armor into some metal or some leather or cloth or certain bits. But it could also just be different other materials that are part of it. So an example of a system I thought that was cool that unfortunately came too late in Asheron Call's life to be really appreciated was their tinkering system, and that I think they actually called it salvaging. You would break down your unwanted items, and depending on what they were made of, you would get different materials back, and things random off the wall material be like something like alabaster or um, opal or stuff like that. You would get out of items depending on what they were made of, and then you would use those materials to enhance other things that you craft. WoW's got something similar now where you can put enhancement materials in your crafts and it'll boost a stat or something or a eye level of the item. Things like that to make items more unique, rather than it just be, oh, you crafted level 2 leather armor. That's boring. Make it unique and interesting. So that's kind of the idea behind the salvaging, is to be able to do unique things with crafting and your items. Okay. Treasure hunting. So the thought behind this, and let me see if I have any notes about that yet. Boop, 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 boop. It's all land stuff, mobs. Don't look at me like that, Alf. You were yelling at the vehicle driving by. You know not to do that. You know I don't like that. You're rude. Did I really not make any notes about that? I know I have them in my head, but I'd like to read them if I have written them down so I don't forget something. Combat creatures. I even had some notes in that I'm not doing, that I've decided I'm not going to do after I've seen other games fail at doing this. But having land control by guilds or whatever groups of people or whatever it is, that it always just turns out to be a complete ball of crap when that happens. Um, Too many people take advantage of things in weird ways, or they find ways to screw other people over, and it's just not fun, in my opinion. Um, mhm, mhm. Loot. So did I note that in here? Because that was a cool little note about loot. Ba, 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 ba. Combat. Death. loot. Yeah, okay, so I did put that in here already. So to be a little more realistic, instead of like this bear dying and he all of a sudden has this really cool piece of armor on him or this really cool piece of tech or magic something or other, because he's not carrying that, obviously, unless he was a kangaroo and he had it in his pouch. um, Idea would be that it falls, and when it falls, it like reveals something that's buried in the ground, like a little chest or something, or just an item just laying there on the ground that gets kicked up. Um, have different variations of that to make the loot drops be more realistic. But that's still not the treasure hunting that I had in my head yet. Maybe I don't have it on here. Maybe that was a more recent idea that never got written down. So this idea is um, you hear about a rumor or you find a clue in the world somewhere that points you in a direction, whatever, however it gets you around, you have to go find treasure. Like you're looking for there's something pointing you that, hey, maybe over in this area there is something valuable, and then you go into there and there's a cave, or there's some abandoned stone structure or whatever it is, right? There's something that's leading you in, and you have to go find this treasure. Maybe there's a riddle involved, maybe there's some puzzle or path you have to take or whatever that is, right, to get there. Um, but something just to go that maybe it's not something you can grind, like you can't just do that 24/7, but you can come across things. Maybe it's something that you find just out in your travels, or after you kill something. Maybe that's what it kicks up. Like this piece of paper floats up from underneath, from behind the creature as it falls, and it kicks up this note, this piece of paper, and on there's this map, a treasure map. I don't know. Um, but that's just the idea. There is just have. I should make note, not grindy. Um, Maps, rumors. Trying to think of other ways you could get this introduced into the world. What were the other things that I had thought about for this? I wish I had written it down when I thought about it. We'll come up with them later, but and other ways to start a hunt leads to a container, cave, puzzle, path, or something else that contains a random valuable piece of loot material. Anything, right? It could be anything in there. But just something to add some flavor to the world. Investigation, discover new things, understand. Okay, so this is the learning about the world bit. Trying to think how we can expand, because we kind of came up with that last time. I'm trying to, how can we expand on that? What kind of actions are you taking with this? What triggers this type of activity? Maybe it's after an event involving the thing, i.e., death, mob dying, uh, gathering reveals something, whatever that might be. Um, some form of knowledge is gained. With an E, I put an E in there. Slowly shared around the world. Um, allows players to further utilize the powers of the thing. Again, not a grindy thing. We want to make sure it's not something you can just go out and grind the investigations. It just happens randomly. Let's just put that in there so I don't forget. Um, so this is an activity that an architect helps with. Maybe that's not really a crafting. Maybe that comes down here. Um, uh, so stuff like that. Maybe the architect is what kind of leads this stuff and gets the ability to make the different crafting stations and services and roads and all that stuff. And we expand on this further down about learning for your skills. Explore is just your typical go out in an open world and find things. Um, nothing, nothing really much to explain extra there. That's just you do that naturally by going out and exploring. Um, we talked about questing, tasking, and stuff, and maybe there's some form of that somewhere, but I don't want it to be a theme park feel. I don't want question marks everywhere. That feels unnatural for a world. We talked about trading. Okay. Okay. Well, that works those out a bit more than it used to. So that's good. We don't have to get into their detailed details yet, but at least we know what we're getting ourselves into. Um, one thing with skills would be, and this is something we'll have to we'll refine over time. But I even made a note in this Word document: do not use this list for copyright issues. Not that I get copyright struck for you have a dagger skill, but I don't want to use the exact same skill list from Asheron's Call. The only reason I have that skill list is because I thought it was a very good list to start with, and then we would remove some, add some. Uh, we've already added some to the list, but um, let's just put these all in here. Ugh. Word. Place it with space, space, dash. No, 2 more spaces. Which is selection. There it is. I knew it was somewhere. That's the same number there, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the space after it. There we go. So, possible skills also add gathering and crafting skills. I'm just going to take those out of this list. This is going to be everything but those. We already have that up there. You don't have that up there, but that's like solely for making arrows for bows. That's just going to be part of the weapon crafting, I think. Tinkering. We're not going to have loyalties. I mean, maybe we will. Tinkering, salvaging, tinkering. Okay. Not that we keep all of these, but I do like some different types of skills. Like these became kind of pointless at the end of the life of Asheron's Call. Same with deception. Leadership and loyalty didn't mean as much anymore because they changed how the allegiances worked. But I thought some of the uniqueness of it, I feel like I'd like to bring some of these back to be useful. Like I feel like you being able to look at a mob and know what and understand it by looking at it is a skill, right? You should, if you've never seen it before, maybe you can glean stuff better about it, or maybe you have seen it before, but you can tell more information about it. And it's not all. There's a very possible chance we have different alien life forms on here that are intelligent life. That's not just creatures, right? I mean, you have stuff like um, bandits and goblins, and not that those are going to necessarily be in the game, but you have all those kind of human-like characters or creatures in other games. Same idea. There's intelligent life in those. Um, like I was killing cultists in Diablo 4 today. That's intelligent life. It's just a mob to kill, but it's intelligent life. So maybe you can assess more about them. Not necessarily call it that, but the idea of having some different skills that aren't normal in a game is really the point of leaving that in there. So that was that's just the list from my doc. Not that we'll get all of those, but that's an idea, a starting place. Let's see, what else in here do we not really have in this design doc yet that I'm missing? We've got stuff about our settlement stuff and crafting and building. We don't have anything in here about group mechanics. Not necessarily just like parties and stuff like that. I mean, maybe you have that, but like clans or guilds or allegiances or whatever you want to call them. I think we have to have that so you can have people that want to play together can communicate and play together and do things. But how does that fit? Like, what does that do for the game? What layer does that add? I don't know. I don't know what that adds other than a communication mechanism. So do we bother with that, or do we just have a communication mechanism that you can join a just it's not even like in-game lore. It's just your chat, right? It's like in every game, every major game, or any game that has any online capability, there's a text-based chat, or you can have voice-based, but I'd rather not deal with the voice part. We can have some text. You just join a channel or something. You join something where you can chat with your group of people, right? Um, if you make it, you own it, and maybe you can. Uh, there's some management that you can promote people to be able to put a message of the day or whatever it is. It's just your typical chat channel, right? Is it even necessary? I don't know. I'm just trying to think if there's enough other ways for people to group up that they don't need that in the game itself. I don't know. I'm trying to think if not everybody uses Discord, not everybody uses a voice chat of some sort. Not everybody is has a group in um, say Steam or Xbox or PlayStation or whatever that is. I mean, heck, Xbox even just recently took away some of that stuff, some of the community stuff. Um, hmm. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that one because Xbox just took that stuff away. But I'm wondering if I feel like you probably need that, don't you? So that would be a system. Where do we have a spot for that in here? That's game system progression, economy, difficulty challenge, AI, NPC loot. Maybe that's just a miscellaneous thing. Hmm. That's kind of just a miscellaneous thing, I think. We'll just stick it in here for now. Um, and I'm wondering, we don't do guilds. I guess part of your housing, if you have housing, is you manage your storage and who has access to it. I don't like, to me, it's going to ruin the immersion of this game because it's going to be such a large scale just because of the way it's designed from size wise. I feel like it ruins the immersion if you can go into a guild bank anywhere in the world and get stuff out of it. I feel like that's just weird. So I think you would need storage that you share with people and you trust people and stuff like that. Um, Same with your housing. Like if you're in your house, you can permit people to enter or not, or lock your door, or not lock your door, whatever, right? Um, so um, housing will have permissions. Who can't enter. Always locked or not. Storage is locked for certain people, groups, chat channels? Question mark. Maybe that's how you make your guild storage is you can give a chat channel. um, permission to it. So something like that. So I don't really give a full blown guild system. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's any I can't think of a good reason to have it other than just doing this. Hmm. I'm just trying to think of all the games I've played that have guilds and what benefit they brought outside for me at least, but for others, what benefit they brought outside of communication and storage. Was there really anything else? I know WoW's got stuff like there's like guild achievements and stuff like that, but I don't really care about that. Um, I don't know. I can't think of any other guild reasons to have it. You know the reason that we had it in Ashran's Call was back when it actually worked well, or was a benefit. A benefit was you had your patron, who you who was your patron. That's what it is. Who was above you, and you had your vassals, and then you had your allegiance leader, which was just the top of the patron tree. Um, but you would actually pass a percentage of your experience up to your patron, based off of those couple skills we looked at earlier with loyalty and leadership skills. Depending on what your loyalty skill was and their leadership skill was, depending on how much XP you passed up to your patron, which was really cool. People obviously took great advantage of that and power leveled people and whatnot. But it was that was the only other benefit that was there I can think of. We had an allegiance mansion, um, but that was really it. Now, when you say with RTX, do you mean actual RTX from NVIDIA, or are you talking just ray tracing in general? Because those are two different things. From NVIDIA, yeah. No, when you get the right packs and stuff for Minecraft, it can look pretty nice. Um, okay. Let me continue scrolling through my list of stuff and see what else I'm missing. I think if we can get this kind of refined tonight, we can kind of end on what our next steps. What is the next things that we need to really do to get going? Um, I have an idea in my head of what it's going to be, but I want to talk it out loud, even if it's to myself with no feedback, and just make sure I'm not forgetting stuff. Da, 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 da. Now, one thing we had in here about travel. I think we have stuff in here about travel, right? I know we had things about, insta teleports. Just you can build something that allows you to teleport around, but that's the extent of it. Did we talk about how traveling works? I don't know that we do. We have the one liner just about the infinite. We didn't really expand on that much, did we? Art style. Okay. Kind of need to expand on that a bit. Traveling. I haven't figured this one out entirely yet because I don't know what I want to do with it, how I want that to look. I don't want it to be that you can just. So, step back a second. Step back a few seconds. Whether this is the size of a block or not, I don't know yet. But let me go back to this. So, you're already built. Oh, you're rebuilding. Okay. So, this, in the terms that I've made in this MVP thingy, whether that's what they stay or not in the background, I don't know. But this whole box is a land block, and then each of the little boxes are sub land blocks. And the sub land blocks, all random, everything's randomly generated with rules, right? But I have not really defined how big this whole land block is and how big each of these sub land block is. And then where I'm going with this is I don't want it to be so that somebody that say they enter over here on the right, they can within seconds be on the other side. I don't want that. I want you to have to actually take time and cross this, right? There's going to be a balance between it feeling good and like you're not just trudging along getting bored crossing this and crossing it too fast. Because I don't want the world to expand incredibly fast. It's going to expand just because there's people that are just going to, that's all they're going to do is, let me see if I can break this. And I got to figure out how to make that not happen. But I have ideas. But I don't want it to be like instant travel across this. There has to be some time involved to cross through here. And there has to be some places where it takes a lot longer to cross. Like if you're crossing, say, a mountain versus grassland or plains, it's going to take longer, right? But I don't know what that experience quite is yet. And I think that kind of goes back to the maybe we need to not redefine, but expand on our core loop up here. About what you arrive in a spot, what you do there, and then you gain skill. I think there's what does it mean when you arrive at a spot? I think right now in my head, it's you arrive in one of these little subland blocks. And then what happens? What makes it interesting to be there? Like you need to spend time there and then get to the next one. And maybe it's you get into a block and then since we know what's surrounding you, we know what you're in, there'll be timers or something that lets you go back to where you were really quickly because you can just go back to it, or go to one of the surrounding blocks and it takes time to physically go across that, so that you have to wait for the timer to count down to go and to different parts of things. Um, but while you're waiting for those, you need to be entertained while you're there, right? So that's kind of at a very, very high level what I'm thinking to make it so you can't just go from left side to right side of this instantly. It's going to take time. Um, I know that we got some stuff in here. There's P's for paths, and if you're on a path, your timers are lower because you're on something that's well trotted. You know you can get through there faster. So it's all going to be variable depending on what terrain you're on, and what's around you. And maybe even what's in that block. Like maybe you're in a block and there's some special event or some special feature of that thing that makes you have to stay longer or can get out of there faster. I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of things that can make that time variable. But while you're there, it needs to be entertaining. And so I think while you're there is this loop, and all of these different features are available, or some subset of them, or some variant of them are all available there for you to do. While you're waiting for that time to count down to move on to the next one. So it's not that you have to be on the right side of this little subland block. Let's say I can't zoom this because that's not how this particular application is designed. But if I could zoom it, say you're on where this pink block is, you're on the right side of that. It's not that you have to walk across it left to right to get to the left side of it and then do everything in between them. It's just while you're in there, you have a timer that says, okay, well, you've got to be here. I'm just throwing a number out, 30 seconds before you can move out to the left because that's a forest. But you only got to be there for 20 seconds to move out to the north because that's just grass. What those times are, I don't know. But while you're there needs to be stuff to fill that time. Some people just aren't going to do anything. You're just going to go, because you might take it. The idea would be that all these different gameplay options while you're in there take more than the time that it takes to just travel to the next block. Maybe there's some that can be really quick. Maybe there's a variety of them in there. And maybe that's how they're presented. Like maybe based off of your skills or based off of what's there, you are presented a list of things that you can do. Kind of going back to the whole text-based adventure stuff. It won't be text-based, obviously, but where you had okay, you can do X, Y, and Z, and what would you like to do? Or choose your own adventure books, that kind of thing. Maybe that's kind of what it's set up like. It's like a choose your own adventure thing. Once you get in there and you can do different stuff, maybe that's an idea. I'm going to start writing these down because even if we don't use them, they're things that will lead me in a design of what it feels like. So that's gonna be, put this up here. So when landing in a sub land block, you are, let's just put in here, timers start for traveling to the surrounding blocks, i.e. 30 seconds for a forest, or that's for, just make it more extreme, for a mountain block versus 10 seconds for a grass block. I think those will probably be higher. And then presented with options of what you can do in that subland block. So hunt from a list of creatures. Do a gathering action, build something, investigate, explore, whatever this. Maybe something like a choose your own adventure book. I used to love those books. Those are the few books, one of the few books I actually enjoyed reading were choose your own adventure books. Do they even make those anymore? That's a darn good question. totally like kind of unrelated, but somewhat. I pulled up the browser to go search, and just to keep you up to date, P Gamer, and they're nowhere close to going. We've got a little bit of venting going on here, but not a lot. But they're still moving the SPMTs and transport stands and everything out of the way. They've got to get those out of there before they do anything. So we got a ways to go. These will get very, very, very much more extensively venting, like massively. Like what you're seeing here is nothing. We're talking 10x that out of one spot over here, or a couple spots over here, when they actually start getting ready to condition and fuel things. So we got a ways to go. It's going to be a bit. It'll probably be dark before they even start tanking that thing. Anyway, I was going to go look and see, do Choose Your Own Adventure, do new Choose Your Own Adventure books still get written today? They're going to start republishing. Well, they started reissuing some of them in last year. But do they make them anymore? Published between 1979 and 1998. So they don't. Huh. Those were fun books. People just don't read books like that anymore, though. So we'll put it in a video game. There we go. There's a unique thing. Some options will take less than the movement cooldowns, and some more. Okay. So that's that kind of builds on the core loop, right? I mean, this is a very, very, very generic core loop, but this is how the traveling works. And I think this is what makes it so that when you go from the left side of this to the right side of this to the left side of this, it takes time. I think this is 50 by 50, if I remember correctly, on this size. I think 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 50 by 50. So let's just put a random number on it. Like we said 30 seconds. Let's say it's a 30-second average per block. 30 times 50, 1,500, divide that by 60. It'll take you 25 minutes to get across that. Is that too long, too short? I don't know. Maybe it needs to be double that. I don't know. I don't want people to explore too fast, because then the world gets too big with too few people. I don't know. I don't know what that time is. I'm just making note of this. Will determine how fast the world can be explored. So it shouldn't be too fast, but it shouldn't be so slow that it is boring. So we got to find a happy medium. I don't know what that is. Do hold, please. song was getting a little loud. Listening on my phone, it's starting to get loud. Turned it down a bit. Didn't realize it was that loud. I wanted to be more background than foreground music. There ain't no the whole audio leveling technology they used to put in TVs is not a thing on YouTube. Let's see. Okay, so that's a travel time thing. I think we kind of answered that question. I needed to do that because I needed to understand how that was going to work. Um, so factors that affect what travel times are, as well as what is in the subland block. I do have some of these written down. I have ground slope, ground type, obviously the terrain type that's there, temperature. There's another one. Where to go? And maybe a passable flag. So, like, this is a cliff that you can't go to the west from if you come from the east, and the opposite if you come from the west. So that kind of thing, like you just can't traverse it. So something, those kind of factors will affect your movement around the world. And obviously, what creatures and mobs and beings spawn there are affected by all of that. I guess OBS was popping that music off higher than I thought it was. Didn't look as loud as it was when I listened to it on my phone just now, but it was. Okay. What else? What else? What else? We talked about that stuff. Maybe we need to think about the quest stuff a little more. It's funny, some of the stuff I wrote years ago, like before some of the, some of the stuff was written early 2000s, like during college. So 2001 and on. And a lot of games hadn't come out yet. And I've got ideas in here that I'm reading now that are like, that didn't age well. Like the things I thought would be cool, and then somebody actually did it, and it was not cool. That's our training stuff. Those details aren't necessary for this. One note I think on skills I just read there that I don't know that we have in here is skills. You can learn any number of skills. You start at 1. We don't really. So sub skills, we talk about how they unlock it. They're unlocked by finding things in the world potentially, or just using something right. We don't talk about how you get a skill in the first place. I think some of them are just innate skills that you can train, you can learn, right? There also has to be some way to limit. Like, I don't want somebody to just come in there and just train everything at the very beginning. I think you could eventually have all the skills, like I have on there. You can have any number of skills that you want, but I think there's got to be something that throttles that. And I think there's also going to be skills, and the note that caught my eye was there's also going to be skills that you have to go get some specialized tome or go do something to learn it, right? Like it's not something that's just on your skill list that you go, I want to learn that, right? It's not alchemy, or it's not how to use a bow or how to use a gun or whatever that is, right? It's something you have to do something special to get. So I think that's one bit. Some skills may require a task or tome or something to unlock them to train. Something will need to throttle training skills, so you can't just train them all at once. Otherwise, what's the point? What could throttle them? There's obviously a time thing. I hate to put everything on a timer, but I think there is some aspect of that that's valuable. Could be a money thing, or things we don't really have a currency. We barter, so maybe it's a bartering thing. What else could throttle the skills? So time based, barter based. What else could gave me the right key? What else could throttle the skill? Age based? Maybe age. This kind of goes back to, there's something else we were talking about that was around this. It was the death penalty, wasn't it? The death penalty, we weren't really sure. We talked through it. Well, the death penalty, I think, was pretty similar, but I think it was this bit that we weren't really sure. That's our question marks, yeah. What causes that? So this is going to be another thing we're not really sure. I'm going to put the 3 question marks there so it's clear that that's questions. What else? I mean, this will help with some of them, right? But then just the ones that are just general knowledge for the world. Has the world even discovered it yet? I mean, that's a guaranteed one that has to be there. I think we'll come up with some combination of that to get that to work. Okay. Let's see here. I have in here like skill credits, and that could be something that happens. Maybe there's a time base, you gain skill credits with time or age, or you can buy them, or there's got to be something to do that. I'm going to put that in here, but you gain over time or earn. Gain over time, earn, or find, maybe something like that. That could be something that takes those different variables and throttles things. Talked about all the catch-up mechanics stuff. Oh, I do have some notes in here about how to It's interesting. I have a note here: the more you train, the longer it takes to level. It's an interesting thought. And there could be some interoperability between skills. Like if you learn how to use a certain weapon type, maybe you can craft that weapon type better because you know what makes a good weapon. It's interesting. Sometimes I'm impressed with my younger self, and other times I'm like, you were an idiot when you were younger. Okay. So let's make a note of that because I think that's an interesting idea. Oops. I just lost it. Where'd it go? I hit a page up key and something else, and I don't know what I hit. There we go. Skills can interact with each other. For example, knowing how to use a weapon type will allow you to craft better ones due to expertise in how they work. Something like that. Maybe as you train more skills, they become harder to train additional ones, but not impossible. Could also be that the more skills you have, the newer ones take longer to train. And the rationale is because brains are only so big. Okay. I already got our combat. We went through that one pretty extensively last time with combat and yeah, and death. I have some notes in here about like diminishing returns or just like making entire species go extinct. I think that's the problem with doing that kind of thing is that if you have any content around that particular species or there's materials that are good from those, it just eliminates those from the game as soon as they go extinct, and that kind of hurts. So maybe there's some sparsity in it, but it doesn't entirely get eliminated. Let's see here. I had something on here about high and low tides affecting the area. I don't know how I would even do that. That feels like one of those pie in the sky ideas. It's not going to happen. We've talked about settlements or villages or cities or whatever we're going to call them, camps. God, this really sounds like New World. The way I've got this written in here, I don't like entirely how New World did it with factions and elite and guilds. What did they call them? They call them companies in New World. Uh, Ran the city and taxed it and decided what level workstations to build. Just makes it hard for other people to play sometimes. But I do think building takes time and you have to know how to do it, and there'll be factors that affect how fast things build. But that's all in there. Oh, that's another one. Where did I put the time to travel? I had temperature, weather conditions. So like rain, wind, snow, etc. That kind of stuff. Not just temperature. There could also be certain terrain types require special equipment to pass through or go at a decent rate. So, like example, a mountain. Mountains, if you have climbing gear, you will go through faster and be able to access different activity options. Otherwise, it's slow and minimal things to do. So that kind of idea. We don't have to get into the details of the loot quite yet. But it will be pretty extensive. I think I still have that. Let me kill this. Item generation. Let's see if this loads. I don't even know if this thing runs, to be honest. I don't even know what does this thing do if I run it? Do I have a window? Or is this just it has a window. I don't know, what does it do? This is even older code. Ooh, a blank form, nice. No idea. It builds and it runs, must work. The idea here, because this is way in the weeds on loot. The idea with this was there are many different stats and properties that can be on a weapon or an item, not a weapon, just an item in general. This is very poor code. Please don't judge me on this, but if I gave this to Claude, it would just look at it. If it could look at me, Claude would look at me and go, "What the hell were you thinking?" At least I have multiple classes, but it's just not very well done. But the idea was that an item. Let's see if I have just a top level item. Maybe I started with type weapon. Yeah, so like on a weapon, for example, it would have a bunch of possible properties. So it would go through the item properties where it could be a weapon type. So if I went to item properties, this guy, expand all. Wow, I did a lot more than I thought I did. So all kinds of things in here. So weapon type, crafting type, character skill needed, clothing type, item binding, item type in general, item effects. So like the physical graphical effect of it, different characteristics. So like item finish, color, quality. For armor, what parts of the body it covers, what damage type of weapon does, that kind of stuff. But I would specify what possible properties can be on it, what possible characteristics can be on it, I would generate what statistics could be there. So I'd have all this variance calculations and everything to figure out all the stats on it and everything. Clearly, did not finish this weapon type. Where cases wand or bob, I would be using enumerations and stuff there, or something else. But I did not finish this. Obviously, this is where I kind of stopped on this project. But it would generate. It'd be very there'd be a lot of generation to it. So, like weapons would have a damage range. They'd have bonus spells, damage modifiers, speed, quality, what classes could, what class of weapon. The examples there, this is something new that I didn't really think about. Primitive, advanced, imbued. So, or it could be mechanical or magic or some technological advancement or something like that, even in there. Um, and then armor and all that stuff have similar types of things, different, all kinds of variables on them to make them interesting. But that all makes sense. Like nothing I said there was something that would be like, oh well, what does versatility mean? Because those kind of stats that are generic like that are just, well, it means one thing if it's this, it means another thing if it's this. Well, if I read this and I go, all right, what's its damage modifier? What's percentage damage increase? That's damage modifier. How fast is it? It's its speed. Is it a good quality? They're obvious things. They're not some abstract thing that you have to have a spreadsheet to figure out what it means. I don't want that complicated. I don't want it to be that complicated. So, or that abstract and weird. But that doesn't belong. That's all details that doesn't belong in this. We've got enough about how loot needs to be interesting in here. Did I have anything in here about events and achievements? Because I do want achievements. Because if you're going to put a game out these days, everybody wants Steam achievements, or everybody wants just something to track their achievements, right? There had to be something like that. But then also the other thing was events and rare spawns and stuff like that. That adds a level of intrigue to going out and doing things, because there might be an event that spawns when you arrive at some location, or a rare creature or item or something just appears. That kind of thing. I don't know that we talked about that in here at all. That would go in this section, so I'm guessing we probably didn't. Travel, let me just put times are based off of subland block info, see below. We'll just we already typed it all down there. I don't think I have anything about event. Let's see. There was that. Oh yeah, definitely collectible things, stuff to feed that completionist group. Definitely no events. Okay. So we didn't talk about events or achievements and collectibles and that kind of stuff yet. And that's the last thing in the document. So once we cover that, I think we've got the bulk of this done. I just need to kind of go to the next step. Okay, so where would that go? Events, loot. So here, miscellaneous, achievements. That's nice. Is there any there? None of those look right in my brain. There's no spell check in here. Is there an E or is there no E? There is an E. Okay. Okay. Neither of them looked right in my head for some reason. Skateboard and peacock bass. Well, at least you're getting different things. You're not getting the fun collectible stuff that you want, though. I've made it as common as I can make it in a custom item, so you have 1 in 50 chance of seeing it every time you roll, every time you fish. Let's see here. So achievements. Collectibles. And events. Events, though, I want to put in here because that is part of the presenting the options. So events, rare, mobs, items. So events would be something that multiple people could be a part of at that instant or over a period of time. So the idea there that I was thinking is, say you've got let's say a rare mob, right? So a rare mob, for example, the first person that sees them can attack it or whatever that might be. One or more times and receive a, I don't know if a reward or rumor, reward item, rumor, something. But don't necessarily dispatch it. It then sticks around for others to come along, sticks around for some period of time. Minutes, hours, days, doesn't matter. And interact with it as well. So it's kind of like a world event in WoW or Final Fantasy or wherever that multiple people could take part of it. But unlike world events in those games where they get finished very quickly in minutes, these could last for a while. Like if it's some, maybe it's ruins that were discovered, like some special ruins that were discovered, you can explore them yourself and find some stuff and move on. They stick around there for a while. Others people can come along and also explore it and find other things, and it just it sticks around for a while. It's not as um transient, I guess is a word for that. So that's the kind of the idea I had on those for events. But then for achievements, obviously, I think achievements and collect those are just, we don't have to go into tons of detail there, but achievements are for various things. And then those will kind of, the collectibles will just be items things that you find throughout the world. So that do or don't have value or just look nice or whatever, right? Who knows? I don't think we have to expand on those too much. So I think that is everything in that Word document, because everything after that is 20-year-old technical notes for stuff that I would not do today. So, all right, well, that definitely refined this more in a way that I wanted it to be. So then, what are our next steps? Quarter to 8. Let Alf out because he is staring and is being very impatient, just like you are with fish. And he wants his greenie. So let me do that, and I will think about next steps while I'm out there with him. So I will be back momentarily. I put our, where is it? Here. That guy up. So be right back. All right. Alf is done staring at me. Yeah, I think this is just a 7 hour mix of lo-fi Mario music. So all different music. It wouldn't surprise me if Galaxy 2 is in there. They're all probably in here in some form or fashion. Okay, so next steps. We need to determine what makes our base game Yeah, Galaxy had some good music. I enjoyed Galaxy. It was a good game. Um, what makes our base game that we then layer everything on top of? So where do we start to get it going? Um, so let's see. Let me just look at my other notes to see if I'm forgetting anything. Because we're basically getting a very, very, very minimum viable product going. Um, and what would it take to make a game? I guess it should be fun, but until you layer everything in it, sometimes it is just kind of a repetitive thing, which every game is that way. I mean, every game is repetitive in some way, shape, or form, but is it enjoyable? Does it make you want to come back and play it more? How much crack does it give you? Um, so what are our layers? There's a lot in here. So my thoughts of layers. Here's an experiment we're going to do. I'm going to put what I think is the high level, what the high level layers are that we would do in that order, and then we're going to see what Claude thinks. See how much of my mind is in these notes versus not, and see if it has the same idea. But per my rules of using AI, I want to at least think it through myself first. So and then we'll get either confirmation or thoughts otherwise. Um, so what is the order that we got to do stuff? So we need. I think you got to have the world generated first. Um, and that would include. Yeah. No, that is why you have to understand how to use it. You turn off edit mode. You just plan only. Don't touch anything. Just talk. Just tell me your response before you do anything. I also do the other thing that I take care to do is whenever I'm doing stuff with Claude, I have a project folder that I make that anything it does in there until I tell it to do otherwise. So yeah, I don't give it. I keep it out direct access to making changes until I'm ready for it, and I have a backup. Thankfully, all of the code that is in is it? Yeah, all of the code that's in here. If I remember correctly. Yeah, all of this stuff is in my Git repo in DevOps. So it can override it all and whatever. It's all committed up there. So I don't give it rights to commit to the repo. It can make changes, but I can revert said changes. So um, guardrails, important to guardrails. So world generation includes land block management, and then sub land block generation. And that includes terrain types, characteristics like weather, we'll just say weather for now. There's other ones that we can put in there, but terrain types and characteristics. Land block management. Man. Okay, don't type the N. That's fine. I didn't want to type the N anyway. So that basically, and that gets us to some of the stuff already exists. Like I have a more complex version of the world generator here. I don't know if this still works either. Let's see. I've tweaked the code. This is probably some janky code. Oh my. Definitely not even sized right on the window anymore. Generate start zone. Yeah, this is even jankier than my other program. This was a hard-coded start zone with a settlement and then trees and grass and some 4 paths and dirt going out the sides. And then I go west and it generates a block. Oh my God, I have so much debug output here. This does not even look as good as the other stuff. But this actually lets me traverse to different land blocks. And in theory, if I were to put this block next to the one to the east here that was already generated, like the water here lines up with the water here, and it makes sense. Like it would actually look contiguous. So I've done some of this stuff already. I just need to obviously very much refine it. But the other bit has it in there as well. So I've got some of that already done, or at least prototyped. But that doesn't mean we're done. So you have your land. That's step one. You have to have a place to exist. And then on top of that, populate the world. So that would be adding, well, I'm going to say adding mobs, terrain features. So this would be like, well, that's what we're doing. Populator. So mobs, items, well, events, landing zones, settlements, whatever we're calling those. NPCs. So populate the world. What order? That doesn't matter too much. I mean, it matters a little bit, but not too much. And then let's think. We have all of that. Then we put systems on top of that. So you got a 10-pound knobbler. Wait, what is that? You caught a blue whale weighing 110,000 kilos? I just saw that number and thought it was a bug, but that makes sense. It's a blue whale. Now, did you mean ribbed knobbler or robbed knobbler? Yeah, you didn't mean ribbed. Okay, yeah. Just read the next message. She has caught a thong before. It's a flip flop, but it just says thong. She's caught those. Okay, so then our systems, we come back here. Should probably save this just so I don't lose it. Then we'd want to do our gathering, hunting. Basically these guys. And kind of sort of in this order, really. So then the player actions in the order that we have, we'll just say. Probably. It's probably one of the things that she could catch. She did catch it. She did catch crabs. Yep. Standard practice for what things you catch. Okay, so we are a totally unrelated topic. I know somebody's here watching this stuff, but we are conditioning the tank farm now. This big old vent going on here. It's either nitrogen or oxygen, one of the two. But it is being blown up with a fan to break it up into more of a gas instead of to settle down to the ground. That is them getting things conditioned. It's on and off. You should normally see two of these. One of these is oxygen, and there's another one that's where they're conditioning the liquid methane, which is nitrogen getting pushed out of here. But once two of these get going, then we know they're preparing to tank, but for our wet dress rehearsal. So we're progressing slowly. It's going to be cool to see this whole thing frosty at some point, hopefully tonight. Progress. All right, so player actions. We got all of that. But really the skills kind of got to be there first. So skill system. And then player actions based off of those skills. And then once you have the skills and those actions include combat. So combat death system, loot. That comes into play because we can have placeholder stuff up until that point. Traveling. None of this to this point requires graphics. All of this I can boil it down to text in a not even in a it doesn't have to be a web page yet. It just has to be a system. What am I looking for here? Not get changes. This because I've done a lot of that already in this guy. So it's not all put together yet, but like there's their land block generation. I'm generating mobs in there. I was starting to do combat. I actually have kind of sort of combat done. I was starting to do the inventory, the items. So this was a very, very rudimentary proof of concept. So we don't need a true system yet. Or it doesn't have to be it's fine. It just has to be like, do all the systems work? And then you kind of, in my eyes, you kind of layer the graphics on top of it because of the way we're building it as 2D. You can easily convert the window that you saw here into graphical form at some point, with all the systems underneath it. So I'm going to put 2D graphical layer here. This includes the UI, and then web page design. And I'm not really getting into technical here. There's a little bit of technical because it's web page, but it's the graphics cap in here basically. At some point in here, we're going to have to make a database. I mean, it's probably early on, but that's technical detail. I'm just looking at the game systems at this point, what needs to layer first. What are we forgetting? There's little bitty miscellaneous things in here, but it's all kind of flavor that we can add as we go. Because there's like the questing and rumors and stuff like that we can layer in there, but and how the NPCs interact. So maybe we kind of put a NPC trade inventory something like that kind of falls down in there. I mean, these aside from these first couple, like you have to have skills before you can actually act on said skills, but these kind of come all at the same time, and then these are whenever. So that's my thought on order of operations. Now, how terribly different is Claude going to tell us about this? Let's do that experiment. So, how's our trained database experiment? New folder. Game foundations, something like that. So in here, we'll come back to Claude. Let's do a new session. Change this to Claude Game Foundation. And then I will, just for the sake of the whole, let's not lose everything. We're going to take that file and stick it in here. There's our game design document. And we're going to come here. Based off the game design document in this folder. I really need to get this set up like I do with work and get some more rules and guidelines and memory settings and all that crap going with this so that I don't have to keep explaining myself and what we're doing. Things like I'll make a project for this game and I will set up it's a Claude Markdown file basically that explains what am I doing at a high level, and then there'll be different subsets of either skills or agents or things that say okay, or pieces of the project that explain those, so that as we're working through it, I don't have to keep re-explaining stuff. That's gonna all have to happen. But for now, we're just gonna give it everything in the prompt. So based off the game design document in this folder, at a high level, what order should I start doing detailed design and implementation of from the foundation of the game to all the systems that lie on top of that foundation. We'll see if it even understands what I'm asking. Go. Trust. You got one file. Ain't gonna take you long to look at that project folder.
$5 foot long.
Hey, $5 foot long. Heard that one. If only you could get one of the other. There's only 3 custom things. There's that one, and no, and the camera, and what's the other one? What is my third one? $5 foot long, the camera, and something else. Why am I drawing a blank? This is why I use Claude now, because my brain doesn't function anymore. There's a third one. I don't remember what it is, though. Oh, Nutbutt. Nutbutt's in there. All right, minute 22 seconds. It has a complete picture of my GDD. It even knows the acronym, so that's good. And now it's writing a plan. Let's see how much of our context windows is used so far. So we've used, this is new. They haven't had this forever. Like it used to be just, you had no idea how much your context windows was used, how much of your plan tokens were used so far. All new. It's very nice. Allow Claude to exit plan mode. Oh, well, I'm going to let you know and after I read your plan. Very much more detailed than our tiny little document here, but let's see what it said. All right, Tier 1, Data and World Foundation. Nothing else can exist without those. Well, let's see. Let's read what it thought our game was. GDD game Squishy Cosmos. What the hell? The user has a GDD for an MMO civilization simulator, infinite procedure generated worlds, skill-based progression, turn-based combat, emergent knowledge systems. No code exists yet, almost. This plan captures the recommended build order for pure foundation to full feature set, so each layer can be built and validated before the next depends on it. All right. I don't know where Squishy Cosmos came from, but it picked a name. That's an AI name for sure. That's quintessential AI. Why did you pick Squishy Cosmos? We got to name the game that now though. It's called Squishy Cosmos. Make it worse than that. We'll call it Moist Cosmos. That'll ruin everybody's day. Tier 1, Data and World Foundation. Core data models and schemas. Item schema. Okay, well, I mean, it did put this a little bit before than I thought I would need the item schema, but I guess it's close. I mean, I put the loot down here, but I mentioned we had placeholder item stuff before that, so I guess we kind of have to have some sort of item thing up front. Character schema, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The land block and sub land block and skills, so that's, in general, that's the order we had them in, aside from item up at the top there, but I think these are all kind of simultaneous. Land block world generation system, infinite world, land block generation, sub land blocks, adjacent block discovery and expansion logic, spatial background for every other system reference. Yep. And persistent save layer. Character state, world state, sub. Yeah, of course. So that makes sense for tier 1. So tier 2 is character and movement. So character load, age, skill map. So your skills. Travel system. So we had populate the world. We had traveling way down here. Worst case, it's making us think about this in a different way, right? Travel and movement system, inventory and item system. I mean, that's later on. I mean, that makes sense. Now it has the skill system after all the inventory and travel, and I put it before basically. We can always ask it to clarify. The core advancement that all the systems feed into is the skill system. School offline learning system. And then the core gameplay loops on top of that. Gathering, turn-based combat, mob spawn system, loot generation, death system. See, it does have the loot generation system later. It says I need item schema, but I don't need the actual generation system yet. So I had that right. I say I had that right. We are in agreement on that, at least. That makes sense. Loot generation, death system. I think it's kind of putting just a different wording than I did here. I mean, it interpreted the document pretty well, to be completely fair. This is a case where normally I would go through, and we might do it a little bit here. I would go through and give it some feedback and revise it and have it make changes, I think. Economy and crafting. Yeah, this stuff was last in my list too. Oh wow, nice little table. So after tier 1, can generate land, block, graph, save low character, and item. Can move a character between subland blocks with correct travel times. Skill gains from use, sub skills unlocked, school learning accumulates. Full loop, enter block, fight mob, loot drops, character dies, penalty applied. Gather ore, smelt, craft, sell. Trigger an investigation event, unlock a sub skill worldwide, complete a treasure hunt, place a crafting station, build a road, open portal, travel. 2 characters in a clan chatting, one inside housing, the other can't access. Those are very, very basic validation steps because they're much more complex than that, but yeah. Critical early decisions to resolve before tier 3. Death system choice. Vitae penalty versus item drop or Hydra affects everything in tier 4 plus. Does it? Let's see. Tier 4. I mean, the death system is in tier 4, so you have to decide that in tier 4. Why everything after it? I don't know that it really drives everything. I mean, I guess I don't know that I agree with that. Skill throttle mechanism, time gate barter age. Yeah, we do have to just. There are definitely critical early decisions we have to make. I agree with this one for sure, and we do need to figure out the death system, but I don't know that it affects everything after tier 4. Platform target. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, I mean, this is all technical stuff we have to decide. I mean, not bad. I don't know that I agree with everything. I think a lot of it, we would take some more information and provide it to it, and it might think differently. Um, but not terribly off of what I had here. I'm just trying to think why items matter for this bit. Like I don't know that I agree with that. Why is this here? Character schema. Some of this character schema matters. I mean, I have to have a thing that I can test moving around the land blocks, right? But I don't need items at this point. It is core data, but it doesn't need to exist to do the land block generation. I guess this is just more talking. I need to define how I'm going to store this data more than use the data. Maybe that's what this is really. This is more of just getting at how's that data going to be represented, because then you build everything off of those four things. So let's say we ignored this. We're not going to entirely, but let's say we did. It does come down to doing the land block stuff first and how we save that state. So that's what we had first as well. We do eventually have to, at that point, I think even in ours, I guess we don't have to have characters to put mobs in there, but everything else requires characters to exist to interact with them. Um, but by doing this, where does it introduce mobs in this version? Down here. Whoa. I can scoot this over. So it puts it down here. I mean, it's not an invalid route to do it, right? Is it the route that will go? I don't know. I have to think about that a little bit. It has its merits, but so does the one that I came up with. I don't know that this needs to be this early. This feels like this is not the right place for that. I think that's further down. And I feel like the skill system, I guess having this, the inventory, being able to track, have stuff, makes sense to do first before you start generating items, because then you don't have anywhere to put them, which I did. Like in this little proof of concept thing, there's my inventory. It was a list box. It was a multi-select box. It was a multi-select, but it was a single select box. I made my inventory and then I put items in. So I guess that makes sense that you need the inventory first. Hmm. I mean, and all of this stuff can kind of go almost in any order. I feel like this should come before some of these other ones. But I guess you could just have placeholder items for all of this stuff until you actually make it. Just kind of like what I said, too. I mean, I said the same thing. I didn't put loot until down here, but It was placeholder. It was up to that point. But then all that stuff makes sense because NPC trade, inventory, traveling. I guess it kind of falls in a different spot in there. That's one of the big differences they make is that has you traversing the world more before you do a lot of this other stuff. Like it has this bit earlier. I think that's the main key difference is this part is earlier than I had it. And I could see doing it that way. I don't know. Well, let's do this. Just for giggles, let's take this and revise this. This was the very high level plan I came up with before asking you what are the pros and cons between the two plans. There we go. We'll give it some thought. But that's pretty good. I mean, I will say that in the situations I've used Claude to document stuff for me, it does a pretty good job of it. Wow, that came back quick. All right, so users plan strength. Putting the graphic UI layer last is correct. Game logic should be fully playable before art is layered on. I agree. That's because I put it there. Populate world as its own distinct phase makes the world feel testable early. You can walk around and see things before systems are wired up. Follows the Unity's own section order, which keeps it intuitive to navigate back to source material. Weaknesses. This is the part that I don't like reading because it makes me feel dumb. Dependency inversion problem. Step 2, populate world, mobs, NPC settlements, is built before the systems that give them behavior, combat, AI, and trade. You'll be placing mobs with no combat system, settlements with no NPC dialogue, landing zones with no travel system. These become inert shells that need to be revisited. Okay, let me let my brain digest that for a second. And as why that is a weakness. So why would seeing if a land block generates the proper mobs be a problem if you can't have combat with them yet? Why would that be? I feel like we were kind of doing that over here, were we not? Well, they build the combat and then they do the mobs after it. I don't know, that's a great example because those could kind of be done simultaneously. I guess my thought was I would have the world in existence and then make it work, right? I don't know. All right, let's see what other stuff it thinks I have a weakness in. Inventory items are buried in step 3 alongside trading, but inventory is actually a prerequisite for combat, loot, gathering, crafting, and death. It belongs much earlier. I can take that. That's a good criticism. I didn't really put much here in great order aside from 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything else was just kind of mishmash. So, but I can understand that. I mean, if what are you going to do with the loot if you don't have a place to put it? So that makes sense. I can agree with you there, Claude. Crafting is missing, is it? Did I completely miss crafting? Yeah. I guess I was thinking that was going to be falling to this last bullet here. I should have put like etc etc on that one, but to be a catch-all. Oh well, that's what I did. That's why I did. I said this. I just in the order that they are in the GDD. So what did it say about that? Is vague for 9 crafting subcategories that have their own internal build order. Smelter unlocks everything else. I guess it's not missing, so it's not that. It's just I didn't. You were very verbose, Claude. I was not. I was very minimalist. I don't like wearing shoes and socks. I'm a minimalist. No data schema phase. Well, yeah. I even said out loud that there's going to have to be a database at some point in here. Yeah. I mean, it's a fair point, but yeah, I know. We talked about it though. I could have recorded that whole conversation and had it listen and see what we said, but I didn't. That I don't know. I would have probably blown my. I've only got the pro plan for this. I don't have the max plan. I'm still only at 3% on my plan though. That's not bad because it resets every 5 hours. Well, the session resets. Session cap resets every 5 hours. Let me see. Hang on. Let me pull this over here. It shows my email when I look at my settings. Settings, usage. Ah, yes. It literally reset because I think I upgraded the Pro around 3:30 my time. It literally just reset, so that's why we don't have much usage. um, the weekly limits are at 3%, and it will reset at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. So, okay. All right. So back to okay. So it's not all. I don't disagree with all of it, but I think there's some wiggle room here that it's being a little more strict on than I would be. So its plan strength dependency correct. Yeah, you're always going to think you're correct. Each tier only builds on things that exist. Combat before mob population. How can you have combat without mobs? That one, I still don't get this one. Like combat before, if I don't have anything to fight, how can I do combat? I feel like that's backwards. We're going to ask it about that once we finish reading this. We're going to interrogate you, Claude. Explicit schema data model places phase forces early decisions that prevent painful refactoring. I mean, we talked about that, and I do agree. You want to have some baseline before you go too far. Verification checkpoints per tier give clear ship it or stop moments. I mean, your verification checkpoints are vague as hell, dude, but at least you had them. I didn't have them. Explicitly flags the 3 critical early decisions: death system, skill, throttle, multiplayer architecture that ripple through everything. That's true. I mean, there are some things that we have to decide. I don't know that death system's a critical one, but I think how skills are handled in our multiplayer architecture is. Weaknesses starts abstract. Writing schemes before seeing any world runs the risk of over engineering or designing for assumptions that turn out wrong. Yes, it does. But per your earlier point, it also helps drive how things are designed to be consistent later on. So you can go both ways with that schema data model, early versus later. Graphical UI layer is absent, so it doesn't give a roadmap for when and how to wire in the 2D layer. Your plan handles this better. Well, yeah, I literally just say UI and graphics at the end. But it doesn't discount from this at all from what it is. Like it's assuming you're getting all the systems working, and that's really what I was looking for is what system order to do. I don't think the graphics are necessary until later anyway. And that's how most games work. Even this isn't even a 3D, this is a 2D game, but even a 3D game, you don't build the fancy graphics right up front. I just said fancy, really southern like. I don't know why. You don't build the fancy graphics right up front. You build placeholders and crap to get everything functioning, and then you wire up all your models and all that stuff and terrain and all this stuff later. So that's just the normal progression. More tiers, more perceived complexity, even when the underlying work is the same. I don't know. I like having the flip side to this that I would disagree with it on is that you have more tiers, so it's broken up into smaller chunks, and it's easier to manage those smaller chunks, and I like that. So hybrid works best. Keep your plan structure, world gen, populate systems graphics, but inject the dependency fixes, data schemas, half a day of design before any code. You are optimistic. Damn. I mean, maybe with Claude's help, it'll be half a day of design, but I've never had that take a half a day. World generation, inventory item systems before populate. Populate the world, mobs, event zones as data, no behaviors yet. Okay, so it's getting behind that now. It said combat first and then mobs, and now this is saying no behavior, just the data. So now you're doing all the mobs and stuff. And then you do your systems and dependencies. You got to do travel, skills, combat. So let's read it backwards. So economy, NPC, trade is dependent on crafting. Yeah. Crafting is dependent on gathering. Gathering is dependent on death. I don't know how death fits into that spot. I feel like death doesn't matter at all in this list. Because the idea of death is it just affects your skill level and item drop potentially right now. That's the thought right now. None of that. I mean, you have to have loot before you can drop items. So that is loot is a dependency for death, and skills is a dependency for death. But I think death can come anywhere after loot and skills are done in combat, right? I don't think it needs to be right there. Loot depends on combat. Combat depends on skills. Or I don't know that loot depends on combat. I think because part of our plan is having loot that doesn't depend on combat. Loot that just is in chests or caves or sitting on the ground or buried or whatever it is, right? You don't have to have combat to get loot. You still have to have loot. So I don't know that that's very accurate. Skills depends on travel. You do have to be able to travel to figure out stuff to learn skills, so that makes sense. Yeah. And then 6 is your 2D graphical layer plus UI. This preserves your intuition that the world should be walkable and visible early while ensuring nothing is built before its dependencies exist. Okay. All right. So, what were the things that we were going to criticize it on? Constructive criticism, not yell at criticism. So, why does death matter before we do gathering, crafting, economy, trade, and everything? That's one question we have. So, why does death matter? Or why is death required to do crafting? What else did it do? Gathering, economy, NPC, trade. That's one question. And it may answer the question and give a damn good reason. I don't know. Well, that's why we're going to ask. Because you just don't take it as fact. That is responsible AI use. Is you have to understand everything you're getting back from it and question it. What was the other question we had? Oh, why is the combat we need a clarification to say loot can also is also loot. So clarification that loot can result from other activities than combat. So why must it rely on combat? I don't think it, and maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just you do it that order. That's just what it's going to end up being. Maybe that's all it is. We'll give it a little nudge there. And then the other one was mobs and combat. So it did change that up here to make mobs with no behavior yet. Because it said on mine, yeah, this bit here. Why can't we populate the world without behaviors for those things yet? It compromised here and said populate it and then give them the behaviors, but I want to kind of dig into that a little bit and see why it thought otherwise. Where's my thing here? Why did you initially think that, for example, combat had to work before adding mobs to the world? What would we be engaging in combat with if mobs did not exist yet? Okay, so take these. A few clarifying questions. Oop. Let's see what that comes back with. I stumped it. I'm glad they used to have this. I mean, maybe it still is in the Linux CLI version of this, of Claude Code. But this didn't just used to be a graphic. And actually, no, it did used to be in the Windows one. They got rid of it. It used to have random verbs for what it was doing, and they were really random, like ideating. And ideating is actually a decent one, but they're just random verbs for what it was doing, and it was just stupid. It was like, you're wasting. If you're using any of my tokens to give me that word, I'm mad. All three are good catches. Here's where my reasoning was flawed. Yes, you were flawed. This is the problem with AI, is you have a lot of, this isn't even the part of AI that I like to use as much. This type of reasoning drives me crazy trying to figure things out sometimes from a technical side. I was just curious to see how it handled this. I have much more luck with the actual code side, even though there are a lot of times where it makes just weird, like, what you knew what language I was writing and why did you do that? So All right, death before crafting gathering economy. It isn't a prerequisite. I grouped death with the core gameplay loop tier out of habit. Combat naturally leads to death. It makes sense. But crafting gathering economy don't depend on it at all. Death only matters the moment the character can actually die. It should sit right after combat is working, not block anything else. Your plan's instinct to put systems in roughly the GDD's own order is actually fine here. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Loot depending on combat. You're right. Loot generation is really just create a randomly statted item given some parameters. The system can be built once and reused by combat mob drops, chest spawning and terrain, loose ground loot, treasure hunting outcomes, etc. None of those require combat to exist first. The loot generation system is nearly standalone. What changes per use case is just the input parameters, mob type, terrain type, rarity table. Yeah, okay. Combat before mobs. This was a backwards thinking on my part. Just so he's wrong on all of these. A mob is just an entity with stats and a spawn location. You can absolutely populate the world with mobs, place them, give them types and stat blocks before a combat system exists. They just stand there inertly until combat is implemented. That's a perfectly valid intermediate state and actually gives you something concrete to test combat against the moment the combat system is ready. The real mutual dependency is narrower. The mob stat schema needs to exist before you can write combat resolution math against it. But that's a data model question, not a don't place mobs yet question. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. If you can't, and I kind of came across that when I was working on this thing, is I didn't have anything about my character yet when I started to implement combat. And I had to have some stats on the creatures and the character to be able to have some sort of math to figure out when you attack what damage you do and what they do back and how that turn base resolves. So you do have to have that information, but you don't actually have to have the combat math working yet. So, okay. Makes sense. The original plan's instinct, world first, populated, then wiring systems, is more correct than my dependency strict ordering. AI's wrong. Nah, it's not. It wasn't bad. Were there issues, sure. Were there things I didn't like, yeah. But it did a pretty damn good job. I mean, if you were to go and follow this straight up, you probably would eventually get a game. You struggle, I think, in little parts of this because it's a little out of order, but it wouldn't be terrible. The key adjustment is just making sure schemas are defined early so that populating the world doesn't require rework when systems are wired in later. Yep. Okay. All right. So what I will do is, can you update your plan with the revisions based off this conversation and show me the result? It does look like we have 2 vents going at Starbase right now. While that's thinking, we got one here and one here. So we got the nitrogen and oxygen, or the nitrogen's from the methane, which means they are getting to the cool down mode. The expectation is, well, we don't know, to be fair. We don't know when the ship will start filling the top part versus the booster. They added this layer of black insulation paint, we think, at the bottom, which is going to hide any condensation from building up here. But I don't think we really saw it until right here anyway. So that's why they're zoomed in here. They're waiting for this to start getting frosty. But this hasn't been doing it too terribly long. So I think we've probably got another 20, 30 minutes before they start fueling this thing. It might still be light. It's sunset-ish there, but we're making progress. Excuse me. All right, so and this is one thing that drives me crazy with AI in general. It gave me this wonderful, detailed plan here, right? And I said, give me the new plan with those revisions. And now here's a new plan that's not nearly as detailed. It's because I didn't have it save it first. I imagine it. This is probably gone. Oh, that's neat. I just noticed this comment at the top. That's a new feature. It's like code review. I could have literally selected this and left a comment and a question in there. That's cool. Huh. That's a new feature. But yeah, so it goes from a really nice detailed thing to not as detailed, which is annoying. But it's less verbose, I guess. Like I didn't need the verbosity here. Once I got down to this part, I stopped reading these things because it was like, eh. But I actually kind of want, now that I think about it, I kind of want the verbosity in here so that I can not forget something. Although it's got them kind of in the things here instead. Half a day design before any code defines what things are, so world gen and population don't require why am I having a problem with REW words, rework and anyway, so land block, entity, item, character, skill. That's fair. Have some form of data schema first. And then we generate our world, which is what we said we were going to do. And then we populate the world. And then we build out our core systems. Which is what it basically took our thing. It's a little different order. It reordered a little bit closer to what it had. Like traveling is earlier. Loot generation. It's earlier, but it says it's not tied to it. Yeah, and gathering, combat. Okay. Well, there's all this stuff, but what has not been decided is the technology part. What am I building here? How am I building this? That is a whole nother thought process. Then I can build data schemas all day, but if I don't know what language and database mechanism and all this I want to do, I mean, it's going to be C#, or just because I know that well. I'm not sure on the database. Microsoft SQL Server is expensive as hell. It might be time to learn something else. And it's not so much learn as just kind of understand the differences. I could use Postgres. I could use MySQL. I've used MySQL before. It's very similar to Microsoft SQL, but it's got a few differences. I've not used Postgres before, but isn't that open source? I think Postgres is open source, if I remember correctly. Is Postgres SQL open source? Yeah, open source. I have to look at performance too, because I don't know how it performs versus Microsoft SQL and MySQL. I'm trying to think we're kind of going on a totally different path than what this stuff has got us on right now with just more design. I have to think about what kind of data storage we're going to need. Mostly relational, but there is transactional stuff that, from past experience, I'd want to break out so that I'm not flooding a database with a bunch of static transactional data on top of the actively used and manipulated relational data, and then have to report on that transaction data somewhere. A lot to think about for that guy. YouTube using a bunch of memory. Let me see. I've got YouTube up over on that screen. Memory edge. Oh, wow. Using 2 gigs. That's crazy. If I refresh, does it reset? Let's see. It does not. I close it and I reopen it. Does it reset? Oh, I got the sounds of Starbase. It does reset. Well, shock. YouTube's live streams has a memory leak. Guess you just got to close the tab and reopen it occasionally, because that's a big drop. I wonder if it has something to do with how much is on the, that you can quickly scroll back to, that doesn't have to buffer to play. Like if I take this buffer back to 2 hours ago, I start clicking through it. Is it going up? No, I don't know. I don't know what it is then. I don't know if Twitch does the same thing. I don't have a Twitch stream open right now, so I don't know. Yeah, nope. Close the tab, reopen it. It's still not doing anything. I mean, they're doing the conditioning, although they're down to 1 vent now, which is odd. The methane one is off. So I would expect both of these to be going when we're getting close to fueling. So they're also exercising the ship's side of the tank farm for fueling for the first time. So there could be issues going on there that they're trying to resolve. Not much to see yet, except for the big vent from the liquid oxygen on the booster part of the tank farm. That was a side quest for this stream. This stream was more around game stuff, but I think we're at a good stopping point, so we might switch over to that for a little bit. So yeah, so we will take this out of plan mode, accept edits. Can you output this detailed new plan to a markdown file in this folder? I'll get that output, so I don't have to copy paste it out of here. It'll actually copy paste pretty well. If I copy that and I stick it over here, let's go over top of mine. It actually copy pastes as markdown language, so it's not horrible. Let's see if it puts any more detail in it though. since I did say detailed, and maybe it'll give me more details. But this is how you use AI. You don't take it for its word. You go back and forth and refine and read and understand everything it says. Hey, you got a bike, Zaz. It's a junk bike, but it's a bike. It probably has a flat tire or two. All right, so let's see what this looks like compared to the one that I copied out. Way more detailed. It puts so much more information in there. Now the question is it the same information? Data schemas, world generation, populate the world, core systems, travel and movement. Travel, movement skills, loot, gathering, combat. Loot, gathering, combat, death, crafting, NPC trade. Okay, so it added the detail back. All right. Doom, 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 doom. Cool. So this will be, for now, I mean, we will revise as we go. This is our initial thing. We do need to do a tech review of what we're going to build. So I think that's really the next step is I want to figure that out because I don't want to start, because some of these decisions for design are going to be affected by the languages and the databases and stuff that we use and what the best way to set that up is. And I need to do a little homework on databases. I could do it on stream, but it gets kind of boring. I can get a summary at some point, but just of my options, because I also want to look at cost, because Microsoft SQL is not free. But it does have its benefits over others, but I don't really want to spend Microsoft licensing costs. It's damn expensive. There's not going to be frost for a bit, buddy. It's fine. There's only one vent going. They're not tanking yet. We'll bring it over here in a second. I'm just finishing up the gaming discussion. What the hell was that? A laser? I didn't have the thing up to see. Oh, it was a can. Okay. But yeah, I do want to think a little bit about the technology that we're going to use. I'll probably do a little bit of setup based off of that too, and this new plan. I'll probably do some Claude setup to get some either skills or at least some guidelines in its memory files to know what we're trying to do, and so I don't have to repeat anything like this. Like the high level of what we're trying to do, it just needs to know. It'll load it at every session automatically. So that's why I always have it, and I always ask to have stuff put out in markdown files because I can easily copy and paste from those into the Claude markdown file, and it'll take it. So, but yeah, no, that was a good session of working on this. So I'm glad I spent the time to get some of this stuff set up this today before I started. But progress. I like it. And some good examples of how AI can be useful when it's not telling me that I'm right about everything. I'm glad it told me it had some doubts about my plan and we talked through them. That's what I want it to do. And that's part of what I'll set up in Claude is I'll set up rules saying, don't just tell me I'm right. Criticize things and critique it and tell me where I have a flaw or there's a potential problem. And there may not be, but tell me. Don't just make me feel good. So, all right. So that was that bit of the stream. Let's do a little bit of Texas tank watching. There you go. You can clean all the coral and stuff. Coral off your bike that's been on the bottom of the ocean for ages. All right, so they got a dedicate. Oh, hush! I don't hear you talking. All right, so we're gonna do. Well, let's do this. That's a single screen. We'll put this guy over here in case they zoom. And where'd the other one go? Where'd the other go? Come back. There. Get rid of their chat. Get rid of their chat. I'm weird talking. What am I weird talking about? I'm not weird. I am totally normal. Oh, because I said Texas tank watching. No, that's what these guys call it. On from NASA space flight. It's been Texas tank watching. So some just history on this. I don't know how much people know about this whole Starship program with SpaceX. I'm gonna pull up Google Maps, but I want to pull it up on another screen first because it's going to zoom in onto my house initially. So hang on. Okay. Where am I at? Here we go. Oh, they've actually updated Google. All right. So for the uninitiated, we're switching to. I should probably switch my category to science and technology, but that's fine. It's whatever. I'll change it in a second. Actually, I should just change it now. I should not be a lazy bum. I should just change it. If I can get this to come down to the other screen or not. All right. Twitch. Creator. Stream manager. Edit. We will go to science and technology. Plus rockets. There we go. And then UTWAB. I was weird long before I was friends with you, Zaz. Don't worry. We established that when my mom was in chat during the Artemis return. So it's genetic. Nothing to do with you. I'm already on science technology on YouTube. Okay. So Starbase, Texas. Used to not be called Starbase. Used to be called Boca Chica Village. And it used to only be this little bit right here, a few houses. I'll put this in satellite view. There are a few houses here. This road, basically. Then there was a Texas A&M research building down here that SpaceX took over, and started doing some stuff out here, not what's here now, but testing what looked like water tanks getting launched into space, or not into space, but getting shot up and flown. Let's see, do they have, I think they have all this stuff on there. This was prior to them not putting stuff on YouTube anymore. Videos, oldest. Where is it? I used to put a lot of stuff on here. And then Mr. Elon decided to buy X, and now everything's on X, and they stopped posting things. Where's the water tower? Did I go past it? That's McGregor. Well, they don't have it on there. The closest thing they got are these things. That's kind of close. I'll mute this. That's a water tower. There you go. So they were doing this down on the beach there. Looks like a water tower. They put a rocket engine in it, pushed it up. This is very, very ghetto. Let's see if we can make this thing go up. So there's a single engine. They hopped it. I think it survives this. There were quite a few that did not survive this task and might have gone boom. And it's got little landing legs on it, and it gets close. So this is how Starship started. Was that a water tower flying? And I just closed that whole thing. There we go. Make sure that didn't go back to my house. Okay. So now we are. So this is where they're doing the test. So the bigger picture. This is southern Texas, the very southern edge of Texas, South Padre Islands, right here. I stayed there for about a week to go visit Starbase there. Even further south than that, right down here on the coast. They have expanded a lot. So we are here now. We got a lot of vintage going now. Still no. We're chilling the lines on the tower. You can see those vents coming out here. We are chilling the ship's propellant lines to the ship. The propellant lines to the ships. We're shooting about a bunch of cold air out. That's a bunch of cold nitrogen to chill them. Or it could be some liquid oxygen as well, but they would not push liquid methane because it's illegal to vent that into the atmosphere. So they're getting ready they're conditioning the lines. But, so this is going to be the tallest, most powerful rocket to launch when it launches. It's launched 11 other times on previous variants of this, all to some forms of success, some failures. Some blow up over the Caribbean, which they have changed. They're not going to fly over the Caribbean anymore. They're going to go south of Cuba and everything. Just stay over water. But what this is the first version 3 of the ship and the booster. First time they've been fully stacked. They've both parts have gone through static fires. So static fires, when they, in the booster's case, they stick the booster on this launch pad and they partially fill it with propellant and they fire all of its engines without letting it take off. They keep it clamped down and just fire it. They did that recently. We will hit X up for, nope, not NASA. NASA's not going to have that video. SpaceX. So this is what they did recently. So that's a static fire. And none of that is smoke. That is all water vapor. So there's a big old flame trench with water coming out of there. I love the squeal of the Raptor starters. Wow. And that's just water vapor getting shot out of there. It's just a lot of water vapor. So they've done that on that. They've also done the similar thing on the ship. So last night they rolled out the ship to put on top of the booster, and they are getting ready to do a wet dress rehearsal. They are not putting a dress on it and getting it wet so it's see-through. They are basically acting as if they are going to launch this thing. They're going to fully fuel it with liquid oxygen and liquid methane. It's going to be very frosty, and they will count down as far as they can go before they actually start the engine, and there will be no engine firing. It'll just stop. But that is to test everything on the propellant loading side, the communications, the making sure the rocket's internal systems are functioning, everything. And then it'll abort before engines fire. We may or may not see the deluge go off. The water deluge is ridiculous compared to previous ones. They have a video of that somewhere. Lots of rocket stuff. Somewhere they have one. That was the quick static fire that aborted. They launch a lot, although the Falcon 9's cadence is going to drop significantly once Starship can start pushing Starlink satellites into orbit, because they won't need it to launch Starlink anymore. Oh my goodness, was it really this far back? Because it's a dumb size amount of water coming out of that thing. My God. I know it's here because I sent it to my mom so she could see it, because I said, you thought the last launch pad was a lot of water. This thing was stupid. Oh my God, there's no way it's this far back. That's January. I know they tested it before that. After then. I think. Maybe. Well, maybe not. It's a lot of water. When they tested it the other day, it was really good. But the water, if you look at this top picture here, there's the flame trench is down here, and you'll see a big gush of water come up there, and then it'll turn into, when it actually launches, it'll turn into steam. But as it leaves the pad, there's also a water sound suppression water deluge that happens from the top deck. And that thing was shooting like basically to the either side of this picture. It was massive. I don't know that we're not definitely not gonna see the top deck fire off, but I don't know if we're gonna see the bottom fire or not. We'll probably see the detonation suppression system, which it shoots a bunch of water underneath the rocket, like a sprinkler system for a fire, but it's there to disperse any latent oxygen or methane vapor coming from like the engine chill or anything like that, just so that there's no chance of a detonation of that. Like it can't, if there were a spark or something, it would cause it to literally ignite and detonate. It wouldn't explode. Explosion is when something physically expands and explodes. A detonation is just something catching fire and detonating. Like it doesn't actually explode. It sounds like an explosion. It's like a boom, but it's just a pop. It's just a rapid flame that comes out. So, but that's probably all we're going to see. But what you're seeing here otherwise, this top left screen is the pumps in the tank farm and the subcoolers. So what they're taking is liquid oxygen and liquid methane, and they're making them even colder with the tank farm, and then pumping that very quickly into the booster and the ship. They can fill this booster. I haven't timed the ship one, but the booster, they were able to fill it max in about 30 minutes. And that's a ton of propellant, way more than any other rocket. SLS, for example, from the Artemis mission, they started tanking that thing, I think, 9 hours before launch. They're going to tank this thing 45 minutes before launch and then sit there for 15 minutes for the rest of the countdown. And that's it. It's ridiculously fast for the amount of propellant they put in it. But the rocket is stainless, a special stainless steel. It's a special alloy of it, but what you see on this outside of the tank of the rocket here is literally the wall of the tank. There's not anything between that steel and then the propellants inside. So because of that and the humid Texas air, you get a whole bunch of frost built up on the outside of this thing. So that's why you will quickly see when they start filling it, you'll start seeing the steel at the very bottom here and at the very bottom of the methane. Well, it's not the bottom of the methane there, but it's the part that you can see is the bottom there. You'll start seeing it start to discolor and then slowly turn into ice. But right now, they are still conditioning the fuel lines because this vent on the tower that's happening, that is all of the fuel lines all the way up to the quick disconnect arm on the ship, which is this piece here. And then you don't see any of that on the mount, on the launch mount for the booster, because I think they reclaim all of that. So they don't waste anything. They can't do it up here because if they tried to reclaim this stuff, it would be too warm by the time it got back and it wouldn't be useful anyway. So they just let that vent. And again, that's not methane. That would be at most liquid oxygen, but likely just nitrogen. So that's what we're watching here. We are watching them filling up a booster and a ship and stopping before any fire happens. Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't crush under its own weight. This is the first time they've stacked. This is a new version of the booster, of the ship. All of the engines are a new version. They're all V3 versions. Let's see. Raptor 1, 2, and 3 side by side. Images. I don't know why these are. Okay, so just show me the whole image. There we go. So when they were first starting testing, this was their initial engine that they were using, very much a rat's nest. Raptor 2, when they started actually getting good launches in, this was what they started launching with. Much more consolidated, much cleaned up, but still a lot of stuff going on. This is what they have now. Very clean, very sleek. This one required them to have extra heat shielding to protect all these components. This one, they don't, because at this point here, it's up inside of the rocket. So as long as this is all the heat shield colored black that they have on it, the coating they have on here, they don't need the extra weight for heat shielding. So this is a very clean and simple thing. When they first debuted this on a video on Twitter, the CEO at the time of ULA, Tori Bruno, made a comment saying, "That's not a complete engine. There's no way it's a complete engine." When they first showed this picture, is where's all the stuff? There's no way that works. And then like the next day, they fire this thing at their test facility in McGregor, the exact same engine. And Gwen Shotwell, the CEO of the chief operating officer, president of SpaceX, replied saying, it works pretty well for an incomplete engine. So it doesn't look like it's a complete engine, but it is. And they've static fired. They're on like serial number 150 something now. They've produced 150 some of these engines already. So that's new. The Starship and booster. Let's see if we got a good picture. These are not real. Actual pictures, please, not fake shit, not stuffed toys. That's old version. That's not what it actually had. This might be decent. Nope. Right button. This guy. So this, I think, is more stretched than V3 actually ended up being from V2. Or actually, I think this is V3. I think this is from Space. This is an out of date graphic for it. But the main difference is in the previous versions, this ring here in the middle, this hot staging ring, where the ship's exhaust goes out when it ignites its engines while it's still attached to the booster before it separates, used to be expendable. Like they would eject it off and let it land on its own and then land the booster. It is now integrated and it's much cleaner looking. There's 3 grid fins, and grid fins are these little fins here. These 3 guys. Is there a better zoom now? There's these fins on the top of the booster that direct it as it lands and goes through the atmosphere, comes back toward through the atmosphere. There used to be 4 of those. Now there's 3 because they don't. The 4th one was really kind of useless. It was not in any airflow that mattered, so they just got rid of it. No parts. No parts. The best part. So they just axed it. They're bigger. These ones are bigger, so they have more control, but they have one less. The bottom of it was one of the biggest differences. Is that like here you can see there's a skirt that kind of covers up the engines, and there's a bunch of heat shielding up underneath there. Now it's just the engines and then the bottom. And there's a single pane of shielding to the tank, and that's it. It's a much cleaner look, much fewer parts than the old version. So yeah, this is all new. This is basically what they learned on from V1 and V2 and all the test flights, and put all those learnings into this version, and everybody is crossing their fingers it works. It kind of has to. If it doesn't, then we have problems because we're not going to land on the moon when we want to. Because this top bit, the ship part, is actually going to serve as a fuel tanker. It will serve as a fuel depot in orbiting around Earth. It will also, that will then fuel up the human landing system version of it. It looks like it, but it'll be white probably. That has to be fueled by that depot that then goes to the moon and docks with the Orion capsule to get the humans on board this to land on the moon. And then this takes back off from the moon. So this is a multi-purpose ship. It'll have a bunch of different variants, but they have to get this working. This flight, to be successful in my eyes, it has to. The booster doesn't. They're not going to catch either one of these. The idea is that these come back and get caught. And if you haven't seen that, that's a video to see. Let me bring that up because that's a thing. SpaceX booster catch. Yeah, so this was the first time they brought a booster back to catch it. So the idea is they're going to launch this from the tower that it's sitting at. This tower here, they're going to launch it from here. These chopsticks, these things at the back, they call them chopsticks. They're actually used to both put the booster and the ship, stack it on the mount, and they're also to catch the booster and the ship when they come back. So they literally are taking off and landing at the same place. It may be different towers in long term, but it will be a tower you can launch and land from. But when this thing goes off, I mean, it's massive amount of power coming out of this thing. But the biggest thing was it coming back. Like, this is crazy. This is the booster coming back after the ship is separated from it. That is not fire. I mean, it is fire technically, I guess, but it's the atmosphere heating up the bottom of this thing. But all it's got is these grid fins and the engines to guide it back to the launch pad. And this thing Relights, it slows itself down. Drops down to a fewer engines. And this thing is coming back to land in those chopsticks right there and be caught. Not land on a barge, not land on a landing spot somewhere, but come back to the tower it took off from and be caught where it started. It's stupidly crazy, but it works. That was their first attempt to do it, and they caught it. They've iterated since then. It's a little cleaner looking than that one, but that's what's happening. The whole point of this is it's fully reusable, both the ship and the booster, and they can both be caught by a tower. We've got some progress. The chopsticks have opened up, so now we are definitely in launch countdown. We've got a lot of vapor up here, but I don't think it's in the ship yet. No, that's still the tower. Yeah, it's still behind. It's just the wind has changed directions. It was shooting it to the side. Now it's shooting it back into the tower. But we should probably start seeing some vapor pretty soon. Typically when they've been loading, both vents over here are going at for the booster, there's 2 vents that are going. When there's a ship here, there might be 4. I don't know, but they just start going ape shit, like tons of venting happening because they're pushing the propellant very quickly into the rocket. So but this is Texas tank watching. It coined Texas tank watching because back when that first video I showed with the little water tower moon, it's basically a tank. It's just a fuel tank, and they had some other fuel tanks on the ground where they filled them up, and then it was watching tanks to see what happened, see where the fuel moved, see when an engine fired, and this group of people, a bunch of people, they sit here and they watch this, they record it all, and they go back and watch it, and they time everything, and they can tell you exactly what's happening when. I have a general idea of what's happening at this point. I mean, this is all new though. That like this wet dress rehearsal is the first time we're seeing both of these versions fueled on this brand new launch pad and tower, because this is the first. Nothing is launched from this tower yet. The old tower was an old launch mount format they're tearing down and replacing with this one. So this is the first time we're really seeing the whole rocket sitting here and the entire process exercised. So I'm making assumptions there might be 4 vents going on over here when it starts fueling, but there might only be 2, one for methane and one for oxygen. I don't know. I also don't know if we're going to see stuff frosty on the ship and the booster at the same time, or if we're going to see booster first and then the ship after. They won't be sequential, but my guess is we'll probably see frosting on the booster before we see stuff on the ship, because there's just not as much propellant that has to go to the ship. But it probably loads slower than the booster because it's further up. So they might do them at the same time. Oh, who knows? Only SpaceX knows. Let's see, is anybody else while we're waiting? Anybody else streaming this for different views? Let's see. What's this guy got? Oh, he's much further away. So this guy's got some times on there. So the road closed. What does that say? 1640? And the pad clear was at 1847. There was a couple hours between those two. So if the pad was clear at 647 Central, 747, that's an hour and 51 minutes ago. And I think we've seen, and that pad clear, that's not when they started doing their conditioning. We've seen it take about an hour and a half, I think, before they start loading fuel. At least on the booster side. I don't know how having both there affects the timing. Figured it was going to be dark by the time they started this. Makes it harder to see the frost. But the idea of the conditioning is you don't want to flow super chilled propellant through a fuel line that's room temperature or ambient temperature because it's too much of a shock to the system and it will lead to it cracking or breaking. So we want that stuff to be casually brought down in temperature. I don't know that I'll be up for this whole thing. I don't know how long it's going to take to do this. It's Saturday night, though. I don't have anything I have to do except for the boy being upset with me for not being in bed. So he can sit on my face with his tail. I don't have his camera plugged in, otherwise he'd be up on there with sleeping in his chair. I get some of these other things closed out. Sorry for the screen flashes. Trying to get some stuff closed. Alrighty. Have a good evening, Zaz. Let's see, you gonna get it? You gonna get one? You got one. You got stage 1. Look at that. Stage 1 of the camera unveiling has begun. All right. I guess I should not sit and slouch like I am right now, at least so you can see the silhouette of my head. You're not going to see my face yet, but you're going to see the silhouette of my face in the couch. Let's see here. So I need to turn off my avatar. That goes away. And then turn that off. Yeah. And where is it? And make sure I got the right filter on it. Hang on. What is that? This side over here. Something is very bright on my left. Hang on. What is that? No, it's the light. Hang on. Here we go. All right. Silhouette on. Ooh, that light fell. There. You have a silhouette of my head now. So that's my right hand. And that's my left hand. This is the couch that I'm sitting on behind me. So you have a silhouette. I exist. I'm real. I can sit up further and you can see I got a neck and shoulders. The couch are not my shoulders. Progress. I mean, it's going to come back on next time I stream too, so it'll be there. Now you just have to get 3 more. Stage 2 turns it into pixelated, big pixels, like I'm in witness protection. Stage 3 will be the white outlined version, so you can actually see my facial features and the fact that my shirt currently says I let the dogs out, but not actual color. It'll just be white transparent lines. And then the 4th one will be the real camera. So yeah. You got 1, 3 to go. I'm alive. I'm a real person. I'm a real boy. You are too, Alf. Don't worry. I do need to get a second ring light though. Because, well, it works for now. It's very bright in my eyes. The way I have to set it up right now. But it works. What do you think, Alf? Nothing's changed, has it? No, I just pushed a button on the computer. You have no idea. I decided to show the side of the couch here. So that's like the edge of the couch. So that it actually falls off properly. The only problem with doing that is that when Alf is on the other side of me and he's putting his face up on my shoulder, you're not going to be able to see it very well. So it's either a straight edge on one side and see Alf, or it look natural. So we'll see. Anyway, there you go. Stage 1 complete. You have a head that moves side to side. See? I'm moving side to side. And Alf is looking at me funny now. All right. Good night. Have a good evening. Let's see. Did that tower vent stop? Yeah, the tower vent stopped. It looks. So they must be almost ready to start propellant load. Come on, frost line. Oh, camera zoom. Oh, they got a drone out because you can see the light from it moving. Where is it? I'm trying to see it in one of the other views. It's so foggy with all the stuff going in front of the camera. Still a little bit coming out that vent on the tower, but nothing major. Let me just close this stuff out really quick. Get out of the way. Oops. So much condensation. It's hard to tell at night what is venting at the tank farm there. There's clearly a big one here, but you can't tell if there's another one behind that, and there's definitely something over here venting. That might be a ship bit. I don't know. Hard to see. Not enough light. I mean, it's super bright, but it's so bright that you can't tell what's going on. Hmm. Really hard to see this. The amount of vapors floating around this vehicle. They really need to take whatever camera this is here and zoom it for us somewhere. Ugh. Switch to the tower cam. I don't know if that one's zoomed. Maybe it doesn't zoom. Maybe it's too far away already and it's zoomed as far as it goes. Because it is currently impossible to see the bottom of the booster. Any of these pictures. Yeah, this thing fell over, didn't it, Mr. Alf? I'm breaking my... Yeah, I put the little thingy back up there. Hold, please. Let me adjust my camera green screen. All right, how we looking? Nothing on the ship yet. Those lines don't even look frosty. And you see how we got a different vent going off on the tank farm now. Previously, it was closer to those vertical ones. We'll give it a little bit longer. Started a little bit later than I was hoping it was going to. And we do have Mother's Day celebrations tomorrow, so we got to not stay up too late tonight. You gonna push up against me? Is that what you're trying to do, Alf? Yeah. There you go. Is that better? Yeah. Know what you needed? You want me to put my keyboard somewhere else so you can sleep better on my lap? Crazy boy. Yeah. Get that out of there. Oops. Just smacked my lamp. Sorry, boy. Here, put this here. Put this here. Now you can sleep. That's my hand. You nasty boy. Licking my hand. You're nasty. You nasty boy. That's my leg. I don't need a bath, Alf. I really don't. I'm good. I feel pretty clean. I don't want to do that. Hi. Just a little longer, bud. We don't see frost here soon. We might have to call it an evening. Yeah. Is that so? Oh, yeah. Mr. Grunty Boy. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. What? What did I do to you? I'm scratching your head. And you should eventually. Well, they're kind of. I don't know what they're circling. Well, what is that thing? That was a weird vent. That's what they're circling. What the hell? Okay, so they don't know what that is either. Okay. They don't know what the vent that's acting like a cannon is either. Nobody knows what the vent is. Hopefully it's supposed to be there. Otherwise, we're definitely not going to see anything frosty tonight. But this is why you test. Because until you put the rubber to the road, you never know. Hi, boy. Yeah. You gonna snort at me? Are you gonna snort at your Alfie daddy? Crazy dog. Let's see, how much was this ring light, Alf? To get another one, maybe. Oh, that was it? Wait. I can get a bigger one. What's the difference between the two? Yeah, you grunting on me? What did I have? What is this one that I have now? 12. Do I need the bigger one though? I don't know that I do. Yeah. You worn out, Mr. Alf. I'm moving lights around, moving some drone around out there, looking at stuff. I don't need it tomorrow anyway. I may end up sitting on the front porch if I did. Wait, I have another one of those, don't I? Mr. Alf? Do I have two of those? Meow, 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 meow. Yes, I do. So there's another one somewhere in this house. I gotta remember where it is. Well, as much as I would like to hang around, I am tired. I will throw in chat if you are not already there. Well, this will be their commentary so you can hear it too. If I can move my mouse to the other screen, it doesn't want to go because it's a piece of crap. Okay. Hi, Alf. Fortunately, I can't rate it. So we will put this in chat. You would like to continue watching their coverage? That is what we're watching right now. But thank you for watching. And we will be back on Tuesday, I think. So have a good weekend. Have a good Mother's Day for those in the US. And we will talk to you next time. Bye for now.